Forever.
Will the meeting please come to order? It's 4 o'clock. Roll call, Mrs. Snyder.
Ms. Matoye,
Here.
Ms. Fleur,
She's here.
hello.
I'm here.
Ms. Yelsey's absent, Ms. Anderson. Here. Ms. Bartow, Ms. Snell,
Here.
and Dr. Navarro.
Here.
Do we have any public comments, Mrs. Snyder? No
I
comments?
have lots of comments, but they won't be public.
Oh, good, thank you. In that case, we will recess into closed session. I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. And we did not have anything to report out, so I would like Mrs. Black to lead us in a moment of reflection and Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
Nothing. Mrs. Bartow was 4:05. All righty, we need to adopt the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Mrs. Fleur moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Oh, there was another second.
Okay.
Who was the second?
I was
Mrs. Snell.
Second.
Thank you.
I wasn't the second.
It was moved by Mrs. Fleur, seconded by Mrs. Snell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
We're not going to do this again, are we?
And one absent. So we'll play that. Yeah, thank you. Adoption of the minutes for June 25th. I need a motion.
So moved.
Mrs. Snell, second.
Second.
Mrs. Black.
I have a 15-second wait
Delay.
period.
Okay. Then Mrs. Snell moved and Mrs. Black, actually it was a tie between Mrs. Black and Ms. Anderson, but we'll be good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you, 601. And now we have Dr. Navarro? I know you
Yes.
can, I wasn't there, push it down the line.
So usually Dr. Bauermeister handles the updates on Human Relations Task Force. However, I'd like you to know that Dr. Bauermeister got a call from his youngest daughter, Kelsey, a few weeks back, and Kelsey informed him that she got a new job. And so she said, will you go with me to take all my stuff from my old from my home up to my new home? So he flew into New Mexico. She lives in Las Cruces, New Mexico, south end of New Mexico. And her new job is in Anchorage, Alaska. So he is driving with Kelsey and her new car all the way from Las Cruces, New Mexico to Anchorage, Alaska, where she's moving and has a brand new job working up there for the hospital. So very exciting time for the Bauermeister family.
And that's not an easy place to get to.
Not easy, no. They had it all planned out, so very interesting. I'm sure next week when Kurt gets back, he'll share all the details. But, so I'm going to introduce Dawn, who is one of our partners with Human Relations Task Force, and they're here to give you a report and some recommendations. Dawn, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And hopefully our techs are going to be able to get that PowerPoint up for us.
Yeah, so
Is it up on the computer, Dawn? Did it come up?
it come
Okay.
up on the
All
laptop,
right, so-
but not over there.
Here comes Bob.
So Bob is helping me set this up. We're up. Good evening, member of the board and Superintendent Navarro. My name is Don Han. I'm with the Orange County Human Relations. I'm here with a group of folks who's standing by.
Need your mic.
My name is Don Han with Orange County Human Relations. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm here with a group of folks here to present the Human Relations Task Force recommendation to the board. But before I get there, I wanted to thank you for allowing OC Human Relations to be part of this process as a facilitator to convene the committee and formation of the task force. First and foremost, I wanted to thank the community of Newport Mesa for being involved in this process. It's truly a community involved type of process to formulate the Human Relations Task Force. So we're very fortunate and privileged to have that opportunity. The task force members, since the first convening, have met every other week, so twice a month, and have been very dedicated to this process, and we wanted to thank them for that. Some are here and some are not here today.
Sorry, Don, we're having some technical
No, that's okay.
difficulty here.
And I'm very bad at IT stuff, so. And I have no idea why this is not working.
Audio.
It's usually a better sound.
Is it okay if I just keep on talking?
Yeah,
Absolutely, yes.
absolutely.
You can follow that? Okay. So, in mid-March of this year, there was an anti-Semitic event that happened that brought the community together. And we were one of the folks that came to help to respond and convening some of the community meetings with the district. And after a couple of public meeting and information, we actually came back and tried to facilitate a conversation with a community member at an open forum about what is the task force, what is a human relations task force, who should be in the human relations task force, what type of issue the task force should be looking at, and who should represent in the task force. So in that process, we actually did something what we call thought walls. So we have question up around the room, and community members just providing their thoughts about the topics of the questions. With that, after that, we actually consulted with a consultant to analyze all the data that was collected. And with that data, the task force were able to formulate 4 different subcommittees that they're working on. So today, our job is to come and present those ideas from those subcommittee to you. And then if you have any question or if anyone have any question, we could provide that answer to you. So, subcommittee 1 is Carol. You want to introduce yourself, Carol?
Good evening, Dr. Navarro and President Metoyer and trustees. So the task force was made up of 4 subcommittees, and I'm a representative of subcommittee number 1, and the theme was opportunities for cross-cultural dialogue. And several of our team members are here tonight. Raise your hand. Woohoo.
Yay, team.
And we wanted, given the timeline of tonight's meeting, we were, our objective was to come up with something that's action plan oriented that can be done within the fall or this year. And so a recommendation was for K through 6 to whenever those fun lunch schedules come out, that we include history facts for every cultural celebration, holiday, or some fun facts that are cultural. Example, for example, is for June, the June calendar would be highlight the Juneteenth Day, which is the celebration of the abolition of slavery in Texas, which is the last state to recognize the Emancipation Proclamations 2.5 years later. So that's kind of neat. The second would be documenting history through art. Again, this is K through 6, and you have several recommendations in our resource pages. An example would be the David Lebowski project, and it's in your resources. For 7 through 12, expand human relations plan for 2019 and 2020, and that's also in your packet. It looks like this. And from what I'm told, some campuses have already been doing some of this, including, for example, student leaders training. Also, a recommendation is connectedness, which is very important, and that is an intra and inter-district campus dialogue. And we're recommending one dialogue per year at every campus for all students. I think we need to make sure that if we do it at 1 or 2 campuses, it needs to be done everywhere and at all levels. And some suggestions of facilitators, providers would be CCAJ, OC Human Relations, ADL, and the UCI Diversity, Inclusion, and Racial Healing Program, which have been very involved in this process in the task force. So thank you for your time, and I guess we go to subcommittee 2, or do you want questions now?
I wanted to ask, can we ask a question now, or wait till it's all done and just write them down?
It's up to you. The board can interact with the report, so.
Go ahead, because we don't have something to reflect to, so
Perfect.
go ahead and.
When you said one dialogue at every campus, K-3, I mean K-12?
We
That's
have it
7,
as
12.
for 7 through
7-12.
12.
Thank you, reading is a good thing.
Well, I think I said every campus. but
Every
it's
7-12
through
campus.
12. Yes.
No, it's under the right category, I
Well,
just
that would be a
missed that.
goal, I would think, too.
Yes,
that we
eventually.
would
Yes,
start
and-
them very early and.
Yeah, and I definitely, the objective of the task force is this is a continuum. This is just a recommendation for this particular fall year, but
And note that we don't have. a
But how do
resource
you
page.
feel about, how early should this go?
It should be
Especially in the
happening-
bias, I was reading all of that data, and seems like it should start in TK and kindergarten, as far as.
well, I mean, if we have control over, if you have control over that, then that's even better.
Right.
I mean, it should start at, pretty much conception and birth,
Right.
being in the homes and,
I know they think we're
Yeah.
responsible and can work that, but we're not, so it's not our
Yeah.
party.
And the K-6 suggestions are excellent starting points for any teacher or group that wants to, mom and dad that want to help get some discussion going.
yes,
So that's
and
great.
feasible, because that menu, elementary parents look at that menu religiously.
Right.
And so why not put something in there that can spur discussion, and it also becomes part of the subconscious, so.
I
Mrs. Snow?
agree.
I'm just wondering, I didn't get a resource page.
No, we
Did
didn't.
you?
I
Okay.
told Dr.
it's-
Navarro.
I
Okay.
believe the packet that you received.
Oh, it's an email.
Should have, right, Dawn?
It should, but it doesn't.
No, we just have that,
It looks like this.
yeah, we
Okay,
don't have that.
We'll make sure we get it to the board.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got the original, on the agenda, it was on there, they
Oh,
talked
okay.
about it, but
Thank you.
Great ideas.
Thank you,
you.
Mrs. Crane.
Whoops, Mrs. Fleur. My bad.
Carol, on the dialogues, which I think are a great idea, do you envision them as having a specific, working with the staff and the presenters in specific guided questions as a starting off point, so that all of the dialogue at all of the campuses are dealing with one singular question that can be.
Like a theme?
Or theme or whatever, so that there's some connectedness between the campuses and reflecting
I
those
think
facts.
that's a very good question, because I think once we're given an okay by the trustees, I believe that someone like Dawn, who is part of the HRC, who represents the Human Relations Council, can basically communicate to all and articulate to all that we have the same message, because I think that's the only way to really be effective, because otherwise we're all over the map.
Exactly. Great, thank you.
But that wouldn't be me making that, it'd be,
Perfect, but.
yeah, under your guidance.
Ms. Anderson? Thank you.
In the course of you guys having this subcommittee, did you hear or dialogue or hear anything that was currently going on campuses, K to 6 particularly? Did you hear about any this is a win? Could we do this on other campuses? Did you hear nothing is happening on campuses?
yeah.
What was?
We did, because what happened is that the principals all gave feedbacks at both the elementary and middle school, high school level of what they're doing already on campus. And we have a list of that if you'd like it, and we can provide it.
Oh,
Would be great.
That would be really
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Am I right? Just because I'm not they're the facilitators. I'm just happen to be there and kind of take it in.
Well, we appreciate you being there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We want to thank you for being here and listening, and hopefully acting on those recommendations.
It was very informative for me. You know, it gave me some tools also,
Yeah.
you know.
We're always learning.
We
Yes.
are, yeah.
Subcommittee 2?
Hey.
All right,
Wow.
I will find it. Good evening. My name is Allie Edwards. I'm the CEO at OC Human Relations. I want to just reiterate our thanks for being allowed to contribute to this process. Let me see if I can get us up to, things are happening, up to speed on where the slides here. So here's what Carol just shared with you, the K through 12 and the 7 through 12. And then it's my job to share with you the work of Subcommittee 2. And this group talked about policy and process. And some of these are shorter term and some are longer term. But the first item is to think about how the district might look more deeply into like what you might be able to uncover with data through an equity audit. We certainly didn't have the time to do that type of exhaustive analysis, nor would I actually have recommended our agency to do that. But this group is asking or recommending that and with the understanding that it wouldn't start right away, but to be looked at for the 2021 school year, and hopefully to be completed within 3 years with a report that's shared out to community. For the next one, I want to say in your copy, there's a typo. So when we wrote develop ARs for the following board policies, someone accidentally put that in long form into accountability report, and we know that's a typo, and so that should be administrative regulations. And the feeling amongst the group was just trying to get more specificity about what this means in the Newport Mesa community, these particular policies. We realize that they're largely handed down from the state level, and districts kind of adopt that, and that can be the same for the ARs, but in this case, the group was interested in trying to work with you to see if there could be more specificity added to how this might operate in your district. Number 3 is looking at how parents can figure out how to navigate the school system if something happens to their child, particularly around bias or hate-motivated behavior, and that would be very helpful to have that kind of in one document that's easy to find on your website and accessible in multiple languages. Number 4 is thinking about how parent organizations can be more integrated to represent the diversity of the communities that are in those schools. Knowing that this is somewhat goes into the purview of like PTA being a separate private organization, not that this would be mandated, but to think about ways within your district, are there things that could be provided to parent groups around training or even staff support, things like that that would help so that leadership is as diverse as the campuses. And that could include, there was conversation also about booster clubs being another great example because sports has had historically in our country such a leveling effect that might be a great place to also think about this. 5 is looking at some of your existing school climate data. That could be things like looking back at Healthy Kids surveys to specifically figure out how to share with the community what that data means. And I know the Healthy Kids survey has now technically changed its name and includes more questions about school climate, which you may have just baseline data, but not comparable data at this point, but not just that you analyze the data, but how can that be accessible to community? You probably know that data is available in an aggregate form, but your district is so unique with the 4 areas that it seems so vitally important to be able to understand how it differs from zone to zone. And lastly, this actually, I think, Board Member Anderson, goes to your last question. The group talked about the information that we did get from district staff. We had one document that I think ended up being 25 pages long of current activities around things like PBS and social emotional learning. The principals did come present. There was quite a bit of information given. What the ask is here is, how can we replicate things that are working at campuses? One parent in our group said, I can't believe how much is happening at these other schools, but now I'm looking at my student school and there's not very much on our list. And I wish we knew what all the other campuses were doing, because I would love to support that at my child's school. So this last one is really, an ask to see what is happening in the areas of PBIS, et cetera, what's working, and how can we ensure some consistency of implementation, and expanding the role and use of restorative practices, and resource the schools enough to be able to do those things, so that schools that maybe don't have the resources aren't just left out of those opportunities. So that's the policy and procedure list. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain those.
Mrs. Fleur.
Thank you. I just want to go to a couple of them. One is the ARs and a clear understanding. This is where we get into a discussion, board members versus staff, is because ARs are administrative regulations, which means that they can be changed at the drop of a hat without board input at all. And that's where my concern is, versus a board policy. While technically they're supposed to be higher level, I think with these, it's much more important that the board really have a clear understanding and provide clear guidance of what,
Expectations.
how we translate that into the ARs. Because, having a positive school climate, and we have, a few words on it, but then the AR is how it's going to be done. I believe that the board has to be really intimately involved in the crafting of those ARs, because they can be changed, and I want to make sure that we know what they're putting in there. So that's.
Dr. Navarro,
and I
can
would
you
say
make sure
that
that will happen?
Well, actually, I think Board Member, Vice President Fleur is making a good point here, is really the recommendation should be for the board to consider edits to their policy, which will drive the ARs.
Yeah.
So that it's in the policy, and then because so they're coming up with the what, this is what we want, or this is what we should have, and then it's our job to figure out the how. And so really, this should be a recommendation, if you don't mind, to revise these board policies.
So, absolutely, and I would not, I will not speak on behalf of the policy group because I was in a facilitative role, but I can tell you in terms of the thought process, actually, they were trying to maybe be generous in that the ARs would perhaps be easier to craft and not craft, but administratively, they might be easier to change or develop than, because the board policy would be a more involved process. So I don't think that they would have, my perspective is they would not have a problem with that distinction that you're making. I think they thought they were making it easier on you.
Yeah.
And if that's not the case, there was not a specific love of ARs. Their impression was that was easier in a process way to manage. And just as you have said you would like to be intimately involved, this group would also appreciate the opportunity to continue the partnership.
We have a clear focus on where our policy needs to go, and not.
Exactly.
And so it's almost like we kind of have to develop them together, the ARs and the board policy, so that detail can help us create a bigger picture that umbrellas over those.
And while these have developed as a result of some incidences, the positive pool climate and some of these, again, I think it's incumbent upon this board to set the direction and also meet the needs of what the committee and what the task force has recommended, in working together to satisfy those conversations and those critical points. And if there's something lacking in the policy itself, we want to make sure that that gets addressed through the task force recommendation. So I think that that's working in concert.
Yeah, absolutely.
The second one that I wanted to ask was, nothing here about implicit bias and professional development and the fact that we all have. I was able to hear from a professor, the dean of the UCI Law School, Song Richardson, and she talks about implicit bias and that all of us have that, but it's a clear understanding of it. And
It's in 3.
and you're, is that at number 3? Oh, okay.
There is mention in the other recommendations, and what you'll hear from me when I circle back up here at the end is this was our effort to see what we could bring forward to you if you wanted to make it possible for this upcoming school year, or if you would choose to prioritize particular items that needed training or support before the school year starts. The group is already considering additional recommendations that they might bring to you. So this is not the last
Well,
time
it's
you
just
might
like,
see us.
You know, we talk about parents, but also we have we have 2,500 employees that need, some professional development in terms of that. And is that where, we get into policies and processes in terms of, we're talking about these ARs, and yet administrative regulations and board policies are only as good as they're implemented, which means that our employees need a complete understanding of what these are all about.
Absolutely. And what you have here is kind of how the layperson might categorize these areas. You might, in your, from your perspective, say, well, that clearly needs to go through the policy, pipeline, whereas your community is seeing it more as in the subtopic of education. So these are not designed to be, and never the two shall meet.
Okay, perfect.
It's just sort of how our thought process evolved.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Black.
You know,
There's
I
lights.
went to, I enjoyed most of the trainings but I was really curious at some of the breakout sessions and the groups that I worked with thought are only second language zones. And I said, well, this board member doesn't consider our district zones. And Corona Del Mar High School had 57 different languages, I was told. And Kathy's shaking her head yes, the principal, our wonderful principal there. I'm wondering, how do you communicate with 57 different languages when they did the registration? And I don't think that's a common, piece of information that everyone knows. So, we are diverse. And, but we always talk about the East and the West. And, but the truth really is that we're in a very, affluent, educated, and not everybody on either side of the Bay is, has the same, experience coming in. And so I would like to see, like Martha was saying about, really looking at our data, like who, not necessarily who's here per se, but, but that there's different cultures. And I did have an experience with our, high school students over the last 3 or 4 years with Dr. D'Agostino and the superintendent student advisory. And they didn't know each other, and they came together once a month. They hosted each other. And there's two high school students per school. But we also now are bringing middle school in, not full-time, because they can't really be away from there. But we wanted to give them a taste of it so that we had some, opportunities in the future. And my point of all this is that we had a discussion our first time around talking about, their preconceived biases, and that's what they called it. They said, I had no idea. So bringing them to each one of their schools and having them walk around and see the students are all the same, faces and whatnot, and they really welcome that, so
Absolutely.
I would, it's been a great, so we have been, in small ways doing that, not globally, but I think the students are well on top. And then those students as well, when we had the issue in March, we're excited to see that we brought, you folks online, on board.
that's sort of like our business, so we support that. Absolutely.
I
Funny we should
appreciated
ask.
it, so.
Ms. Anderson?
It was my understanding from being a part of some of the task force meetings and being a fly on the wall and listening that a lot of the AR piece that people were talking about in policy was they wanted to know a lot more specificity around the how. And so to develop it also that would be more common and accessible. Several people mentioned to me that they had been trying to dig through the website, and when you go to board policies and administrative regulations, it just opens up to gamut, and it's very hard to find. So particularly around these items that are really important and every student needs to know, every parent needs to know, that the ARs would be really clearly disseminated, that would be, and then also that people would be able to speak into those as a community. That's what I heard. And then I had one other question too about the equity audit. I love that idea. I think this is really wonderful. And it says to make the report public beginning in 2020.
So it should say, and make the report public, comma, and then the audit might begin in
Oh, gotcha.
2020,
Got it.
Okay,
2021.
well, that was my question.
Yes,
is
and my
how-
apologies.
If we, that I feel like, and you are more of an expert in this area, if we are doing an equity audit, what does that timeline look like? Should we spend 6 months putting on a proposal? Will that take 9 months and then we
Sure.
get to the report? What is the timeline? Because I think urgency is something that is really important for this.
Well, the reason those dates are included is because the committee was aware that you've already approved your budget for this year and wanted to give the possibility that this would take place in your next, or be allocated in your next budget year. I actually don't know the answers to those questions. I don't know, I haven't been a part of that level of equity audit. And the committee did identify at least one resource for someone who could do that, and that is something that we can connect you with, but it's not, a lot of people have not set up their shop to do that type of work. It's pretty unique. So you might find that there are a few people that can do a really exhaustive process, and others who just understand data that might do, something less so, that don't have to have school expertise to understand. And I would echo your comments on the ARs. I think this was really about specificity and how can we be partners with the school if we don't know enough about the how. And I felt like these were a way to kind of put in a placeholder, like, hey, let's make sure we come back to these. And that's why you don't see recommendations for what they should be, but unwillingness to have the conversation, and then ultimately not just with the 7 people in this committee, but to be able to bring community into it. And we had the luck that we had a policy wonk and a lawyer, among others, and educators in here who were able to do that deep dive that you're speaking about, but it's not typical that, I certainly wouldn't have been able to do it without their help.
Thank you.
Mrs. Black?
I just wanted to pipe in my opinion one more time. But we also have, over 22,000 students, and we have 2,500 approximate, employees. And we need to be really, I think, concerned about making sure if we want this global, that we spend that time, engaging, everyone, even though we may have to hit the ball and drag them around the bases, because a lot of people, this is an uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, and I was a little disappointed about how, when community came, didn't show up, are the same ones, the wonderful people that showed up. But because we had a lot of stuff going on, with all the awards, assemblies, and graduations, and finals, and everything. So I know we were, really taking on a lot. So I'm not saying we should stop the process. I just think, the answer's in the room when we engage the different groups. And that's a lot of people, because that's just students. So there's a parent, possibly 2 parents, or a guardian, or, so that's over 40,000 people, really, if you think about it.
We definitely heard from people that just said, I'm in all these things and I can't be here.
Right.
But concurrent to this process of moving the recommendations forward is an inherent trust building
That's it.
element.
Exactly.
And my hope would be for all of you that as you make progress on this, you will win
Right.
over more people that
We
will say,
will.
I'm now willing to invest my time because I believe it will be well spent. And you do have community members right now that didn't come because they didn't believe that would be the case.
Right.
So
No, but I know it, I think there would, like Ashley said, I think that people would like to click on, and be able to see where are we, at least where are we at, what meeting could you attend, and where's the information, and, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to go to 3.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kimberly O'Brien, and I'm also a district employee. It was my honor to participate in the task force, and most specifically, Subcommittee 3. Our goal, or our objective when we began, was we wanted to empower youth to be upstanders on campus, give them tools to encourage them to be upstanding students. So that's how we kind of went into it. We were very fortunate throughout all our meetings that we had access to a wonderful high school kid. I was hoping he'd be here tonight. He was awesome. So we got constant direct interaction with a kid who's boots on the ground at the moment at the high school. I worked in an elementary school, so I put together a focus group and got information from input from elementary kids. And then I have a middle schooler at home and a bunch of his friends. So we were able to, in this category, really get information from age-appropriate kids, how it affects them, what do they think, how do they feel, as we put together everything, which was really exciting. We narrowed down to 2 recommendations, and let me pull this forward, hold on. Down arrow. Is that it? No, that's 1. I went the wrong way. I'm so sorry, hold on.
Oh, hey, that's,
Okay, hold on. 1.
there you go.
Is that it? That's it. Okay. So here's what we came up with. Number 1, implement a No Place for Hate, anti-bigotry and bullying program by ADL in schools grades K through 12. It was a unanimous thing in our committee that this has got to start at kindergarten. In fact, one of our committee members said something that really resonated with me throughout the whole thing, is if we start when they're in kindergarten, we won't have these problems by the time they get to high school. Okay. And our high schooler who attended said, we'll end up with high schoolers that have more empathy. And he said, versus the kids that I go to school with now. So I thought that was really powerful. So we all agreed that even though it would look different at the kindergarten level versus 6th grade versus 10th grade, it was a very critical thing that this type of a program start all the way at the bottom. It would be grades K through 12. It would provide schools with year-long organizing framework for combating bias, bullying, and hatred in schools. The beauty of this particular program is the framework allows flexibility at every campus. Now, not flexibility to not do it, but flexibility that if a principal says, in my campus, this particular part of this is a super big priority to me. Maybe another campus it isn't as big of an issue. That particular principal can grab that part of the framework and really run with it. Whereas another principal might say, I've got a real bullying issue, so I need to really focus on here. So it's a very fluid framework. So we thought that was awesome because we're talking K through 12, it would allow each school, depending on the age they're dealing with, depending on what's priority to them on their campus, it allows you to pick 2 or 3 minimum things from the list to implement. You can pick more. You can pick as many as you want. And the whole purpose of it is that it runs the whole year. This is not a let's have one good kindness day, or this is kindness week and then we don't talk about it. This is something that's every day throughout the whole school year. It becomes a way of life. My middle schooler goes to school in Laguna Beach, and they implemented this at his middle school last year. And he said to me, Mom, it changed the conversation. Like, now, if you're the bully, you're the outsider. You don't have the power anymore because everybody else is on the other team. I mean, I'm using the words that he used, and I brought that back to our committee, and I thought, wow, that's pretty powerful for a middle school kid to kind of view it that way. So that first recommendation is something we're super excited about. The second recommendation we're bringing to you is that we'd like to encourage middle and high school students and teachers to participate and submit entries into the annual Chapman's Annual Holocaust Art and Writing Contest. It runs February through March. It would be something, as I understood it, done through the English classes. Whether or not it would be an assignment that everybody participates in, and then only the people who are interested would perhaps take it to the next level and enter it. That part I'm not really quite clear on, how they would implement each. Again, that's up to a principal and up to each school. Or would it just be something offered and we try to encourage and really get as many kids as we could to participate? So how that would play out, that part I'm not quite clear on, but the premise, of course, is obvious, which is important, and that would just run February through March. So those were the two. We had like 12 things, and we realized that we needed to, because we wanted to hopefully get something in play for September, we had to narrow it down. So we came down to these two as our most important.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for.
I don't have any lights. All right, number 4.
Good evening. My name is Noemi Alvarado, and I'm representing subcommittee number 4, which is education. This subcommittee is actually further divided into 3 categories. So we're looking at staff, students, and parents. Let me just change this real quick. Oops. Not sure what I'm doing here.
It's the arrow
No,
to
it's
the
not.
left. To the left.
This one?
Do you
Yeah,
see
to
the
your left.
arrow?
Oh, no, that's your,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, Gary.
Go ahead. Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've got staff training, students, and parents. If you were to look at the staff training section, our recommendations is obviously we want to provide training for as much staff as possible, and this would start as early as August with the leadership team who will participate in ADL anti-bias training, as well as the certificated staff at all 4 comprehensive high schools, which would also be in August. And we also would like to consider the November 1st Classified Staff Development Day. That's a non-student day where all the classified staff is able to go in and do different workshops and different trainings. And we would also like to provide this anti-bias training to them as well, so that it's not just administration or leadership or certificated staff, but we're adding the classified staff as well. We're also looking at, and this is just kind of on the ongoing from here on out, we're looking for the certificated teachers or a TOSA to analyze the K through 12 curriculum through the lens of inclusion, anti-bias, to determine any gaps. So this one is a little bit more like long-term as opposed to the first 3 that are more like immediate. As far as students go, we wanted to implement a system of that Read Aloud program, which is called the Read to Me Project. And this is from kindergarten through 3rd grade classrooms. And we would be using a high quality, developmentally appropriate children's books that address unity, empathy, and understanding of differences. And the teachers would here read 1 designated book per month with discussion questions to prompt meaningful dialogue with their students in their classrooms. As far as parents, we wanted to create some opportunities for, or throughout the school year, for parents and educators to dialogue so that we can build a better community. We wanted to kind of learn how to best support the students as well through this community, and we wanted to approve a district-wide review of what types of educational workshops are being offered to parents on empathy, compassion, and acceptance of differences, and to add additional workshops if these topics are not covered. So those additional workshops are also listed on here. So, for example, bullying and technology use, special education services, and other social services available and support as well. So these are our immediate recommendations for the Education Subcommittee.
Mrs. Bartow.
I I just had one quick question for the long-term project. I think that's a great idea. For the analyzing the curriculum through the bias and inclusion, do you guys did any resources come up? Because I've been looking and I haven't found great resources for helping with that.
Well, we hadn't necessarily dug too far into it. We just wanted to make sure that we had something that was also ongoing. And so this was kind of a brief that we touched up on. We figured that there's a lot of things that are already being taught that we're already doing in those classrooms. So some of the teachers could be like, oh, you know, we're already touching this subject when we do this assignment or when we're working on these other topics. But we wanted to make sure that we were able to kind of step back and it's almost kind of like a reminder, like you see that and you're like, oh, okay, I'm already doing that. And you're a little bit more aware that this is what you're already doing, it's taking place, and you can emphasize a little bit more on these topics. But we haven't necessarily gone into resources yet. It was more of a long-term goal.
I thank you. I think documenting that is super important.
Up. Come up. You can, but we need to hear you.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting to speak tonight, but my name is Elizabeth Copy. I work at UC Irvine. We're responsible for the DERA program, which is also, I think we've communicated over email. It's also in the resource packet that you will get. And so it's Diversity, Inclusion, Racial Healing Ambassador Program. In regards to anti-bias inclusion processes, maybe even the equity audits, I highly suggest talking to the School of Education at UCI. I can probably connect you to several people there. And School of Social Sciences, where I work, we have several people who might be experts to be able to give some advice on this. And the law school, too. You mentioned Song Richardson as well. So I really think there is a wealth of resources here accessible to you. And the high school program that we currently piloted also works with a small cohort of high school students from across Orange County. And all come together for different workshops, seminar series, and then they go back and work on their own campuses to create an inclusion project. So it's top down and bottom up. And that's detailed in the resource packet. But yeah, feel free, please reach out to UCI.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you for sharing that. One of the things that actually I noticed too when we were just going over the secondary curriculum for social studies was one of the professors there, Martin, is one of the authors of several of those books. And so we literally have 10 minutes away from us the person who's writing our history books. So thank you for sharing that. I think it's really valuable to have that connection and utilize it really well.
Thank you. Mrs. Fleur.
I'm channeling Karen Yelsey. Oh, okay, okay. Because she just recently sent to several of us that there has been a bipartisan bill introducing to fund Holocaust education research and to support resources. It says to fund, this fund will finance grants to public and private middle and high schools to help teachers develop and improve Holocaust education programs, and this was just introduced in July 14th. So, and of course, she wrote back and said, I think we should apply. We should be the first ones to apply. So put that on your file.
agenda.
So hopefully, when it gets passed, we can be in line to apply for that. So thank
Definitely,
you.
and it's something that we would definitely look at so that we could add more to our resources.
Great.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, so just to close out the presentation, I mentioned earlier that we anticipate that this would be the first part of a long-term process for your district. And some of the rationale for continuing to convene this group is to think about addressing community concerns that would require a longer-term plan, to include members of the community in this implementation process and continue to, consult with them, to work directly with district personnel to maybe turn these recommendations that are fairly high level into a work plan that has, outcomes and objectives and things that make your head spin. And then lastly, members of the task force are committed to figuring out how they can also monitor what's happening and communicate that out to your constituents. And one of the thoughts is to have sort of a clearinghouse on the district website of the work of the task force and the resources that come out of it. But as we look forward, the task force is already beginning to look at additional recommendations and also wants to have the opportunity to review the community petition that was circulated online more in depth to see where there are opportunities to integrate any of the recommendations there. So we wanted to be clear that this body was not able to do a deep dive into that petition at this time, and we're aware that that some things in that petition are reflected, some are not, and so it would take more time to really see where those might fit. So some of just the group wanted to give you a couple examples of some of the things that they are starting to formulate. So looking at more community dialogues that might also engage parents differently, even educational panels, et cetera. Looking at something that they termed like a sister school, sister district. So playing on what you spoke about earlier, but even going beyond to see what other geographic areas that your students from those areas might interact with. Looking again at how to some more work on how to expand PBIS and restorative practices. And then one of the thoughts that is still sort of nebulous now is you heard the recommendation to implement things like the ADL's No Place for Hate programming, but how can all of this be translated into a long-term plan that sustains, that it is not a response to that lasts until people stop talking about it and then then is moved away from. So those are some of the things that we're sort of looking forward to. At least the members of the task force are. So just wanted to give you that preview, and thank you again. That is the end of our presentation.
Just in case we need you, don't go too far. Mrs. Snell.
Yes, I just want to thank you and your organization and all the parents and community members that participated. It's obviously obvious to everyone how valuable it's been. I think there's certain things I believe we can do right now, which is look at our policies, which will then be reflected in the ARs and worked with perhaps members of the community, members of the committee. Training is something we can start right now, and we already are scheduled for that training in August. And I think it would be helpful to me to know, and someone's going to give us a list of some of the programs in the elementary school, for me to know exactly what we are doing. If there's books that are targeted. I know a lot of the teachers use the do books about bullying and so it would be good to have someone put that together for us to know exactly what we are doing, what is not working, what is not working. So I know those are things particularly that we can hit the ground running on. So, but very impressed with the depth and all the thinking that took place on the subcommittees.
Yeah, this is actually a wonderful group. And if you attended any of those meetings and contributed, stand up.
Yeah, stand up.
Yay.
Really wonderful people who do care deeply about this community.
My request, and I know Mrs. Fleur has a comment, but I wanted to say to Dr. Navarro and our team, what are our next steps? Our next board meeting is August 27th. That's too far. So we need to glean through this and pick out and say, what can we jump on it and get it started right away? I know that we can't change the entire curriculum and move everything. And you do too, you know that. But we also don't want to use, oh, well, it's too late, it'll take too long, we can't get it done. we don't want to do that. And I know we are anxious to get something going too. And I absolutely know all sorts of stuff is going on in elementary schools. What I would love is, let's kind of get it so that it seems like it's going with a purpose and not hot spot all over, or the hot spots do all do the same thing and here's what it is. So I'm looking forward to that. So when we're done, when Mrs. Fluor's done, then we can maybe, you can give us direction. Thank you, Mrs. Fluor.
Again, thank you, it was fabulous. I particularly am interested in what your recommendations would be to how we engage our student leaders and our students, because many of these recommendations are directed at them or at their parents, or providing them with education, but are there levels of engagement in terms of helping to craft what we will be imposing on them or providing them an educational opportunity? We had students that were there. You had one young man. I would really like to see some conversation within the task force about student engagement, and how do we bring students into the process to help craft some of those recommendations that will impact their lives and their education. So if you could take that back.
Yeah, that was very important to the members as well, and a consistent concern that was brought up. And we, as I said earlier, we heard back from students that were struggling to participate, but I can tell you that was in the forefront of the conversation consistently, and even with frustration and longing to get those voices more engaged.
Right. Yeah. And it's some of the voices that are not being heard that are having that, we're focusing on some of the behaviors of kids that were involved in some of our instances. They need to be heard also but we also need to hear from those kids that are not talking and that are being impacted. We need to find out, and we need to figure out how to get them at the table.
And if you can do that,
We'd love that.
we'd love that,
We'd love
because
to have that.
getting that silent voice to speak up is
Silent voice,
always a
exactly.
challenge.
I can tell you.
Recommendations, because I think the thing is, we need principals, we have to participate in that part. So for me, one of the things that I would love to see is if our high school principals have, from each of the zones, have 5 to 10 people from each of their schools that are participating in this. It's our responsibility to be directing them. And so I think that they've made the recommendations, but we need our students there, and that's what I saw.
We need to hear from the students.
And I would say, in our experience with in working in schools, one of the barriers that you can address is really you have many young people who are very invested in their academic futures. So if you want to prioritize this, sometimes that means that you need to find a way for them to miss some class without sacrificing their commitment to their academics.
Exactly right.
Exactly.
It's not always realistic to ask these young people to add
one
more
more
and add
thing.
more. And it also then it does not necessarily, but it can send the message that, well, this is also of secondary importance. If we cannot help you prioritize your time or allocate time to it, that sometimes is a day off of school to participate in a process. But building the support around them so that they're not choosing one or the
One
other
against the
to, in terms of their success.
A day off, and then you do have to do all the work you were supposed to do anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that this is part of their learning, right? If we're academic,
Oh,
behavioral,
absolutely.
and social emotional, this is a key piece of their education. So to focus on that is very important.
Perfect. Mrs. Bartow.
One thing I've been doing some research on is the opportunity for Newport Mesa to participate in a TEDx Youth Talk, and I was thinking this would be great to tie this together. From my research, it looks like a lot of, it's very easy, not easy, it'd be a lot of work, but it's, for an organization like ours to get a license would be a process that we could participate, and it was, I'd love to maybe bring that further and talk about how we could do something like that. I'd be happy to work on it too, but I think that would give students an opportunity who are motivated to speak. And we heard such wonderful student speakers over the past few months, and give those voices a wider audience, because we heard some really phenomenal things.
Exactly.
Cool.
Great. Thank you.
Well, on behalf of the whole board, as Mrs. Snell said, your task is Herculean, but you've worked so hard. Don't stop. We're not stopping. And it was, my thought was when you were speaking about, we don't want this just because the incident is over. It's like, we don't want to drop the potato now that it's cooled off. We had a hot potato and we had to deal with it, but that's an important
love her
thing to do.
analogies.
Thank you.
Such a principle.
Thank you. Now, I know that we have some parent speakers that wanted to speak to this
While you're doing that,
topic.
I also wanted to thank Allison and Dawn and the rest of the leadership, as well as all the participants, for giving us time as a district to look at these recommendations. And not, it would have been a different story if they came to us on August 28th with this. Now we have some time as a staff to look at these and come back to the board and give you a timeline and the resources that we'll need in order to make this and see what we're already doing that we just morph. For example, the parent workshops, maybe we can work with Harbor Council PTA and make that part of our parent workshops that they do throughout the year in concert with us. So thank you for giving us the time to look at this as a staff, and we'll come back. So I would like to hear from the board that you're accepting the committee's recommendations.
Well, we have a couple.
Wait,
Oh, okay.
I'd like to do this out of order, Board. I'd appreciate your approval of this. We have 4 community members that would like to speak, and I believe it's timely and topical to have them do it now. So, and
It's
that,
a report, it follows the report.
perfect. Mrs. Kobayashi.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Sanchez Kobayashi, and I'm the mother of 2 recent graduates of Corona Del Mar High School. As we think back to the evening that Karen Yelsey announced to our community that she would direct the district to form a task force, she stood on the stage in the beautiful Sea King Theater. In that theater, we heard emotional and compelling messages from 2 rabbis, several Jewish students, and the parents of a Jewish boy who was murdered in a hate crime last year. I sat next to my Jewish friends, surrounded by some of their Jewish grandparents, some of whom were Holocaust survivors, and we listened to the history and pain of anti-Semitism. Only a few months before that, Jewish worshipers were killed in their synagogue in Pennsylvania, and weeks later, a Jewish worshiper was killed trying to protect a rabbi in a community much like ours in Poway. Many of us spent weeks on the task force hoping to be agents of change that can contribute to an environment that encourage respect and understanding for all members of our community and in our schools. While schools cannot be the entire answer, they certainly can play a really important role. After weeks on the task force, I stopped attending after one of the facilitators made a statement that was false, offensive, and racially biased. For the weeks I was there, though, for my priority, I didn't hear enough about how we could address what in God's name would cause kids to think that putting red Solo cups in the shape of a swastika could be funny. So as you consider these excellent recommendations from the task force presented by these people who worked very hard, I respectfully ask you to ensure that this doesn't become a project in social justice activism. I ask you to remember what brought us here. According to the Holocaust Museum, the swastika is an ancient symbol that was in use in many different cultures for at least 5,000 years before Adolf Hitler made it the centerpiece of the Nazi flag. Its present-day use by certain extremist groups promotes hate, and I know you know that. Please remember, amidst all the great information and great ideas that came tonight, that a swastika brought us here, and that symbol and all that it means must be the focus of how we recover and reconcile after the incident with those red Solo cups. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Jennifer Seeger. If it's straight, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Singer, and I live in Costa Mesa, and I'm a proud member of this Human Relations Task Force. My 10-year-old son, Landon, has high-functioning autism, and he's a special education student at Kaiser Elementary, and he's here tonight cheering us on. I just wanted to let you know, diversity is just the status quo for my son. He has both neurotypical and neurodiverse friends. He has grandparents of both Christian and Jewish faith. He has uncles and cousins that are LGBTQ. His extended family includes persons of color. We promote a culture of diversity and inclusivity in our home, and I believe these recommendations will go a long way to promote a culture of inclusivity within his school life as well. Let's become the model that other districts look to when developing their own diversity and inclusion policies. This is by no means the end of our advocacy. It's actually just the end of the beginning. We have a lot to do. I strongly urge all board members to vote yes tonight so we can start the work necessary to implement these really important goals. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Murphy?
Good evening. I was a member of the task force, and I have 2 boys in the school, and I'm the PFO president for Kaiser Elementary, or Kaiser Woodlander. Yeah. Anyways, so it was enlightening to be on the Policies and Processes Committee. I got to join about half of the meetings. I wasn't able to attend all of them, so I will say some of the discussion I missed out on, but it was very robust and it was very enlightening. And I do hope that you take the recommendations into consideration, and I hope you accept them, and I hope you move forward with them, because a lot of people put a lot of work into this, and they poured their heart and souls into it, and there was a lot of there were some intense moments in the room, and it was hard to hear people have the experiences that they've had in the school and in this community. But I will say, as a member of the committee, one thing that struck me immediately was when we started looking at the policies, where was the what do you do next? So in my mind, how did the swastika stay on the bathroom wall, or whatever happened? In my mind, that was the number one, because if you're looking at this from a systems perspective, you need to make sure the whole system wipes out that kind of hatred. And having that symbol on a wall in a bathroom just staying up there, or being even carved into a desk, means it's a tacit approval that it's okay. And to me, I was like, how does that happen? So I wanted to look at the policies. I saw that we do have board policies that are that are obviously against hate and hate crimes and bullying and all of that, but what do we do next? How long does someone have to report that? Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it a day? Who do they report it to? Is it the superintendent? Is it the principal? Is it the assistant principal? So the ARs, what Kirk Baumeister told me, I don't know if he's here, he's very nice and very helpful, was that we have not fleshed out the ARs, the what do we do next? And then I also thought, as a parent, what would I do if Connor, who's my son, who's also on the spectrum, if he came home from a bullying incident, and what would I do? And Kirk was very cute, and he said, well, you have to read the board policies, and then you have to go into the ARs, and then you have to look at what the school handbook says. And so I'm a busy working mom, and I was like, oh, that would be fun. And I don't know if I could,
right on that, yeah.
I don't know if I could go through all of that, especially in a heightened emotional state.
Right.
So, so my recommendation was, please streamline that for us parents. Please spell it out very clearly and easily so that we can all understand what exactly we do if our kids experience something, untoward towards them, any kind of incident, something that the kids can easily. Thank you, Charlene. Anything that the kids can easily understand. I would think that would be a first step. And then the other thing I will say,
I'm really, really good about keeping everybody to their task, and I'm so sorry, but that means no,
20 seconds more?
No, I can't, but.
As a PFO president?
Darn those PFO people.
I just have to tell you one quick thing.
I tell you what, just send me an email, I'll get it to the board.
Anyways, it's hard
you.
to recruit other members outside of our normal PFO group, and I experienced that personally, and so the equity report is very important.
Okay, go. Dog and a bone. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Just
had this odd sense of deja vu.
Right?
Thank you, Mr. Toy. Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking only for myself, not on behalf of the task force. Mrs. Black, you said something that triggered a thought that I expressed at the meeting last week to the subcommittee to which I belong, and I want to tell it to you now. I think it's really important that we set expectations for the task force, because we're not going to end hate on campuses. We're not going to stop hate crimes on campuses. It's really important that we understand that, and we all agree that, you know, that if we don't do that, if we don't accomplish that, we haven't failed. I think the greatest accomplishment of the task force is going to be that once and for all, we're letting staff, parents, students, community members know what's acceptable behavior, what's not, and that we're not going to tolerate any longer the bad behavior. Okay, so just for what it's worth.
That's outstanding. Thank you. Thank you. Jackie Minkin. And as someone told, just straighten it out and we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Jackie Minkin. I'm actually a student at Newport Harbor, and I'm on our ASB. I didn't know I was going to speak, so it's pardon.
It's okay, Jackie.
It's okay.
But on behalf of the student engagement, I noticed that they were doing it all staff training for the ADL, and I'm actually attending with student leadership at Newport Harbor at an ADL training on, I think it's July 29th and 30th. So I think that if that were to be implemented at other schools as well, this will be the first time that it's happening, so I'll let you know how it goes.
We would love to hear.
But I think that would be a great idea to start the conversation among student leaders, and then that can obviously bridge elsewhere. And then another thing, I think it was referenced in Subcommittee 1, about the dialogues. Again, at Newport Harbor, we've had 2 classroom discussions, both of which were very reactive to previous events. The first one after the suicide at Corona Del Mar, and that one was actually more powerful to me specifically because they were in the classroom, there was guided questions by the teachers, and the students felt very comfortable speaking. Because it was an environment that they've been in this entire year, and
That's a good point.
students that don't usually speak in class were, you know, raising their hands, telling their stories, and a lot of information was able to be shared within those small groups. And I think students can get a little freaked out when there are these big groups. So if you're looking for those students that are like the quiet kids, I think that's a very good environment to let them speak and give their opinions. And as one example, most students, including myself, didn't know that we had school, I think it was therapists on campus. And when one of the guided questions was how likely would you see them? They're like, we didn't even know that they were there.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of information, but if we were to move those conversations instead of reactive to more proactive, and I guess with the themes and all the guided questions, I think it would be a very good environment to start more student discussion.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for speaking up when you didn't plan to.
Can I
appreciate it.
just ask you a quick question? You said you were attending one of these workshops?
Yes, we're at Newport Harbor. They're having all student leadership, ASB, I think club presidents, and we also have a new program.
And who's putting this on?
It's on our travel.
Yeah, this is part of the visit to the Holocaust, and so
okay.
this is part of
Okay, I
that.
know
Yeah, this
about
is
that.
all an outbreak of all of that. In fact, if I could bring up Mrs. Scott, she can give you a little more detail. But we've got training going on already with staff,
Okay.
and we're including students in some of it.
Okay.
Hey, good evening. You did a great job, by
Yes,
the
you
way.
did.
Yes, so we're partnering with Harbors, Corona Del Mar and Harbor. We're bringing about 50 students together, July 29th, 30th, and 31st for an ADL training. And basically, it's to help kids that are leaders, and not necessarily that they're elected leaders, but that kids have an influence on campus to stand up and speak up. And so kind of going with, what think what you talked about, that where kids, it becomes, oh no, you talked about she was on a different subcommittee than me, but about the bullying becomes that it's not the cool thing to do anymore. So ADL team will be leading, and they will be in small groups, and so this is kind of a pilot for us to see what happens when you take 50 students, train them in this kind of training, let them go back to their campuses and be those voices, and start implementing programs and activities and campaigns that begin to change our school culture, and then hopefully that'll, trickle all over to the other schools too. So kind of start small, build out.
And to the parents.
So,
Yes, yes.
So, Dr. Navarro and Mrs. Scott, is there a possibility that we can have some sort of report? I know that our next meeting is not until
August.
end of August. But I think it would be really helpful for us to have an opportunity to hear from you, from Jackie, or Jackie, right?
Yep. Right.
Yes, from a student and a group of students, from what they gleaned and how they're going to move it back. I think that's so important. That's what we want. Do we want to hear from our students?
I want to hear from the
Because
the students. You don't have to write a report.
They have a greater influence on their peers.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
they can
take
change
it
the
back.
culture.
I mean, I'll be there for part of it, but I think it'll be, if you'll propose that.
I
is that
actually
will
think
be
it'd be more valuable if it was a month into school and
But
they
we still
came
get the
back.
information. We
Yeah.
still get it back. We
Yeah.
just don't want it to be.
Okay, I thought she
No, I
meant, you
just
mentioned
want,
something.
but, because I'm assuming that you will take this back and you're going to be developing a plan. And that plan will come to us for approval, hopefully, right? Somewhere along the line.
Well,
So, since this is the district-funded activity, and you're the district that approved it, we will be happy to bring back a report at some point. We will work with the principals and see when it would be appropriate and what the best time to bring the kids back, which is probably not the first week of school. But we'll figure it out and have a report back on that. Because I think it's really important to see the type of investment you've made this summer already.
Well, and I think it is really important, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think my light's been on for a
No,
while.
that's all right.
Thank you for your support.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
I love that they're doing that, and my question is, after that happens and after we hear from the students, can we also make sure that happens to our Costa Mesa high schools? Because I think I would love to see a lot more of these things rolled out across the district.
They were invited. Did you read the thing? They
I
were
did, but-
both invited. The
Yeah, so
dates wouldn't work.
The
for
dates
them.
didn't work, I know.
Right.
So what I'm saying is though,
So if we can make it
Quickly,
happen so that they can have an
not
opportunity
next
to
summer,
have it.
that we can also
Right.
have the Costa Mesa students do that.
Yeah, I can assure you that there is interest at both of those campuses, and even though Estancia had a conflict, they are still interested.
And one of the things I heard was, maybe we need to do just an ever so slightly better job of making sure our students are aware of the opportunities and the help that's available to them on their campuses, so that they're aware that they have social workers and psychologists and people in the counseling office that aren't there just if they get in trouble or if they have to get out of something, that they're there to actually help them, and it's okay. And 90% of the time, it's a confidential discussion. So we'll have to figure out a way to get the message across, and I think that committee would be great, because kids listen to kids way more than they listen to us. So
Maybe we can use it as a flyer over the graffiti in the bathroom. And put a list of services over those,
Well,
Well, you know what, I just want to remind you that this is a long-standing practice on our Clean Campus policy that you've had for decades here. I think what was discouraging, Sandra, is that we maybe had a couple campuses who fell down on their duty, but our policy is anything that goes up comes down immediately. Okay, and we are back to that for sure. But we went through all of our campuses, made sure they were following through on the Clean Campus policy. It doesn't matter what it is. Anything that gets put up gets taken down right away. We have to make sure our campus safety aides are supporting our administrators and walking through all those bathrooms every day, every period, and make sure there's nothing up there that shouldn't be there, and that they're always, well maintained. So we are back in force on and this was a result really of the graffiti that we had way back when we were having gang problems. And so maybe people thought it was only about gangs. It's not just about gangs. It's about anything that goes up.
well, and our job is to receive this report. We don't need to, move on it or do anything like that. But if we can have all of our board members' thumbs up or that we receive it, we accept it, we'll move forward on
Later,
everything we
yeah.
possibly can.
Later
Yes.
in our agenda.
Thumbs up,
we will,
yes. We are in agreement. So, and I know Mrs. Yelsey is because she texted us, emailed us ahead of time and said, don't let it slide. So, of course not. So,
I'm having fun, but don't let it slide.
that's right, yeah. I'm with my kids. So, thank you so much for your report. Thank you for all your hard work. Keep it up. We will get as much moved forward as quickly as we can. Thank you so much. All
Hey, good
righty.
job.
That said, we are now at informal reports. We didn't have to accept it, right? We did
No,
not.
no.
Okay, I was right. Okay, it's good, I was right. I like being right. Every third Tuesday.
Okay, we'll give everybody a second.
Yes.
Dr. Navarro, we, on our board agenda, is it just me, but we have a MOU with them.
Yeah. An MOU with HRCC.
ADA. So they are talking about us, they were requesting that we supported those two recommendations.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I support all those recommendations.
But I don't think we said, later in our agenda.
Well, I just want to remind you in Kirk's absence that we do have a community workshop tomorrow night, okay, and that Human Relations Task Force will be sponsoring that. I don't know who the presenter is, I don't have the information, but did want to make sure that you knew that we were continuing with that. After this one, we are going to cease during the summer and start back up in the fall. We were a little disappointed with the attendance at the first week of summer, because
I mean,
Yeah.
you can't be disappointed, you
Yeah.
you know, you just have to.
we just have to be
Work with what
realistic.
you have.
Realistic.
We have to be realistic. But I just am really proud of the work the committee is doing, and the fact that they came back with some really solid recommendations for us to look at. On our end, we will spend time looking at this over the next week and parsing out first steps, next steps, funding, and also seeing what matches with all what's already in place. So for example, they were right, we do have the anti-bias training for all leadership on August 12th. That's a done deal, and we're ready for that. But we need to figure out what the next steps are. We have to look at these dialogues and see how we're going to organize those and how we're going to support schools on that. So we'll come back to you. We'll probably look at the low-hanging fruit first and see, okay, what's an easy thing to do? And then go back and see, well, these are the more challenging, and this is how we're going to go about it. So we'll spend the next 2-3 weeks going over this and coming back to you with recommendations how to move forward. Okay?
Dr. Navarro, I would like to ask a question.
Well, that's fine. It's just
And
you
that-
had 2 lights.
Thank you. In light of what Mrs. Sanchez Kobayashi said, I would like us to do an evaluation. I'd like to send out to all of the committee members what worked, what didn't work, what improvements. I know that, Steve, you've written a couple of things about what could be and could not be. And I think it's important to hear from all the voices and all the participants, whether how many times that they do. But I think that to make the process, what could have made the process better, I think we need to have an evaluation, and send out an evaluation to the participants.
The Human
so
Task
that-
Force Relations?
Yes,
Human Relations Task Force.
exactly.
So you want an evaluation
I
of
would
the
like them
participants?
to, I would like them to participate
Okay.
in an evaluation and ask them some simple questions and develop it so that we know what worked, what didn't work, what could be improved. Did they feel their voice was heard? All of those information. I think it's really important that we know that there wasn't implicit bias even during the presentations. I mean, because this is what it's all about. And so I would like to see us do that and send out an evaluation and a thank you from us to them that, their voices and their concerns are heard. So that's what I'd like to see.
Dr. Barmeister, when he gets back and starts showing you all of his Alaska pictures, add that. Ms. Anderson, did you have a question?
I just had a question. I'm looking at the last community workshops and task force meeting that I received. It's from June 31st. It looks like the 24th is a task force, and then, oh, I'm sorry, so what is the location?
Tomorrow's is here,
Here.
I believe.
Yes.
And it's a community meeting?
And it,
Okay.
It's a community meeting.
Okay, 7/17/19 is here at the boardroom. The topic is everyday restorative justice. Everyday restorative justice.
Okay.
It's here. It's from 6 to 8.
thank you.
Okay, and was that your informal report?
That's my informal report.
Perfect, okay.
Well, good evening. I thought tonight I would just do a little bit of a follow-up from our last board meeting where there was a little bit of a conversation of things that we do for our employees with emotional wellness and well-being. And so I do believe that I've had passed out to you the handy-dandy pamphlet for our employee assistance program. And I really believe it's an underutilized service that we have for all of our employees and their dependents. And I know in conjunction working with our unions, we together collectively, we try to get the message out. We had our administrators to get the message out that this is a service. You can see it's a 1866 number. It is completely confidential. The district does not get any information back other than numbers of what is used, but you can see that it is a wonderful resource when someone is seeking for assistance regarding childcare. We also hear about elderly care now. What do I do with my parents? Depression, anxiety, financial, legal services, substance abuse. So many avenues that can contribute to the pressure that is on all of us in our daily lives. And so it's just a wonderful, wonderful resource. The bottom, I'm not advertising, but I'm advertising. It comes off very nicely, fits in a wallet. It is a really useful service to get someone going in the right direction. So I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention. I know many of you have seen it, but I didn't want us to forget that it is there for all of us.
It's like the students. We have to know that it's there in order to know that we can use it. Thank you. I'll have to thank Jeff. Yes.
Well, we've mentioned all of the construction and activities like that that are going on this summer. One quick update for you this evening is that I've signed the contract for the CDM sports field renovations project and issued the notice to proceed. So the contractor has proceeded with that project, which I know is something Mrs. Yelsey was very excited to hear. So I wanted to make sure you all were aware of that.
Yay, that only took 6 years.
Very exciting.
And we're going to do it better.
Yeah.
We're busy closing out the 18-19 fiscal year. We look forward to bringing that to you very soon. In terms of the budget, there was some last-minute adjustments to the 19-20 budget, and so we'll be making some adjustments there that relate to the special education early intervention preschool grant and some level-up funding for special education. And then there were some minor tweaks on the CalSTRS and CalPERS employer rates, which we will make those also.
To our advantage?
Yes,
Good.
The state was very helpful in that regard, and we should thank Governor Newsom for acknowledging the strain which those employer rates are placing upon the districts in the state. And then we're just getting ready for the new year. We had about 10 pallets of paper out in the parking lot because there was no room on the dock today, and we're looking at getting another 42 pallets of textbooks next week, so busy.
Millions of dollars worth.
Yes.
No parking.
So on that note, those textbooks are really important pieces of instructional equipment coming in. But I would like to start with just the support we've had from the warehouse and all of the extras hands to make sure that those are coming in, being accounted for, and getting out to sites. We are holding TEs and letting teachers know that they're here if they want to come pick them up. And if they don't, we're going to ship them out to the sites. But I'm doing everything we can to really organize that for the teachers. As far as great things happening for kids during the summer, I know Dr. Sir, when he gets back, would like to talk a little bit about our summer music and engineering program. Another program, though, that really is an incredible experience for kids is our Summer Language Academy, which is the brainchild of Vanessa Gailey, and actually has been taken over by Laura Del Pash this year, and she continues to, build on what Vanessa started. But it really is an incredible experience for kids. It's for kids in 8th to 11th grade who are at that emerging level. And really what this is a collaboration with teachers from Cal State Fullerton, as well as our own teachers, to create a community for these kids that builds on the listening, speaking, reading, and writing, but really with a focus on them really looking at their own and valuing their own identity while sharing it in different artistic forms. The benefits really are twofold. Aside from the fact that a community for these kids is created, and you can really feel it in the culminating experience, but our teachers really experience and learn about how to be culturally responsive teachers. They learn those strategies to support these bilingual emerging students, and really do that through interdisciplinary ways. And so while we're at the same time building a community of kids, the teachers really also build that same community. I really encourage you, I think you've already received invites, but tomorrow is an open house from 10:30 to 12 o'clock. It's at Costa Mesa High School. And then really one of my favorite days in the summer are the closing awards that I've been able to attend because these kids get up and share the experience. And you do really feel that idea of community and the unity that's being created for these kids. So it's a fantastic opportunity for these kids, and I encourage you all to attend those events.
And we've been personally invited too, so just so you know.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, in the area of safety, if you recall, when we first started this renewed effort on safety, we talked about some very important themes, and that was partnerships and preparedness. And this example, I think, fits those two categories really well. This summer, Dr. D'Agostino has been working very closely with our 2 local police departments in conducting some very important drills. Hopefully, these are tactics that never have to be used, but if they need to be used, we need to be prepared and ready and to work in collaboration with our police department. So Dr. D'Agostino has been working with, first of all, the Newport Beach Police Department. They held a drill, a very important drill, along with some volunteers from our district. And I understand Gary Logan was one of those volunteers to practice some of those tactics. And that was held on July 1st, and they chose East Bluff Elementary School to conduct those drills. We have another drill coming up on August 5th, conducted by our Costa Mesa Police Department, multi-agency drill. Again, they've asked for volunteers from our staff to participate, and that will occur at Costa Mesa High School. So, both of these types of drills, though they're serious in nature, it's very important for the police to have an opportunity to practice and for us as school personnel to partner and collaborate with them in this planning.
I have a question. Is it possible to go to observe, or is that something that they really don't want people standing around?
I don't believe they invite observers.
Okay, I thought maybe
because
not.
we
You can
do take
volunteer,
into
though.
account,
I don't
we do
want
take into account that we want to make sure that people are aware that they don't believe this is a real emergency, so we do make it known, but we do not want people to just be hanging out. Now, if you want to participate, that could be something different because they are looking for our
Okay.
school folks to
But
participate.
then I can't observe.
But we have students also that.
Yes,
that
they've
have
asked for students, they've
volunteered,
asked for employees who are willing to participate.
Cool. Yeah, go right ahead. Thank you. Yes.
Gary Logan, CSCA Maintenance Tech. On the July 1st, it was an observation. It was the Newport Beach SWAT team coming to East Bluff. The drill was a drunken disorderly father restraining order, got past the front office, got into the student's classroom, and was there in the classroom after the classrooms were already evacuated. So they were able to evacuate the classrooms, and it was there doing their long-term standoff and how they have to clear the whole school and everything else. And there was about 5 other observers from different school sites who were there, counting myself. And we just were underneath the solar panels, and they brought in their big tactical truck, and they had the 2 cars on the fall sides where the long-range snipers were engaged. So you couldn't walk in front of the cars because they were using live ammo paintball guns that were their regular rifles that shoot paintball cartridges. And it was
Which is why I don't want to volunteer.
It was about an hour and a half, 2-hour seminar because one of the robot's batteries died, and they had to go get the other one. The interesting thing they did bring up was that the average response time for the Newport SWAT team is about an hour and a half to 2 hours because they do not have a standing SWAT team. It's a group of members who rally back at the chapter, get their equipment, and move in. So from what the SROs were saying is it would be the SROs are the very first people moving in to deal with the situation. That the SWAT team's more like the long-term, clean, clear, do the deep, thorough, make sure no one else is hiding and everybody else has been found. So that was.
Yeah, Gary, I'm glad you shared that last piece there because that's very important. Our police officers, whether they're SROs or other law enforcement officers in our departments, they are trained to, if there is an active situation, that they go in. They do not wait for the SWAT team. They go in. That is part of their training.
After the last school shooting where the one officer was waiting for the backup and everything kept happening, their teachings have changed. That first one's on the ground, first one going in. You know, and that's the new program that most of our police officers are using now. And thank you for letting us attend that.
Hi, good evening.
Go ahead,
I have a guest
top the
speaker.
SWAT team.
I know, I need a guest speaker or something. I wanted to let the board and the community know that at the end of July, we're doing a joint training, not with the police. This one is with, between Ed Services and Student Services. So it's all sides of student support services. So it's student services, health services, and special ed, and then the ed division. We have the opportunity to attend multi-tiered systems of support training. And throughout the year, you've had different presentations where people have used that phrase and that terminology. And we have not all been on the same page of what that really means. And so we're, Russell, John, we're all going so we can make sure that we have cross-division collaboration and the same as we move forward in building what these tiered interventions look like, both on the academic side in tier 1, 2, and 3, and then also on the social, emotional, and behavioral side in tier 1, 2, and 3. They have to work together. They can't stand alone. So we're excited. It's definitely going to be a priority for me next year. So you'll probably hear about this on an ongoing basis and updates at the board to the board regarding our work and our progress and towards making us truly MTSS district on both sides of that pyramid.
Wow, thank you so much. Mrs. Floor, you had a light on.
I did. And this goes back to John and the Summer Language Academy. So these students are participating, they're 8th through 11th graders. They've formed a community. What happens to them in September? What supports are we providing those students who have now formed a community and are coming from different schools? So what's the support for them to continue on in this engagement?
I'm going to ask Laura Delpash to come up and address
So
that.
I think it was my first board meeting with you, and I got to hear my introduction to Summer Language Academy was the presentation to all of you on what the students have accomplished. And I vividly remember you asking that question. I don't remember it was you, but one of you did.
Oh, I'm sure it was Mrs.
So every day after Summer Language Academy, one of our components is we actually have a full debrief with our teachers, and we do professional development, and I've had the pleasure of running half of those. We have a Cal State Fullerton professor who runs the other half, and I pose that question to our teachers and to our staff from the beginning. So we don't have an answer, but we are in process of brainstorming how we can do that, whether it's making connections one-on-one at certain points during the year, whether it's having kind of, I was suggesting maybe reunions where we're able to come back. It is going to require resources because our students are from all the schools. So we can't just say, everyone come to Costa Mesa on, October 5th, because transportation will be an issue. But our teachers are actively brainstorming how we can do that and continue those connections in the community that they've built. So I don't have an answer yet, but we hope that our collective group can come up with an idea and maybe even ask the children what's going to work for them best.
I would just hope that if they're in a similar school, that there's an opportunity for them to continue, that they have an academy, emerging language academy at the school that just supports
Well, there's two pieces. I think it's the communication back to the school and to their ELD teachers and to the principals on what they've, better awareness of what they've worked on all summer. But it's also the connection they're making with the adults is what's the most powerful. So that's where we're brainstorming, whether it's a group collective or some one-on-one interaction. They can have some meetings or just informal sessions with their teachers that they've met. So we also have a Newport Mesa teacher, and a Newport Mesa paraprofessional. So they have 2 Newport Mesa adults they're connecting with in addition. So we want to keep those connections. So we'll work on a system of how to do that.
FaceTiming.
Yes. Google
FaceTime or whatever it is on the computers.
Yes. So we're going to brainstorm maybe some in-face and some virtual, but.
Thank you.
Perfect. Alrighty, do we have, yes, we do. Mrs. Black, you get to read.
For the consent calendar?
Community input on action items.
Oh, I thought we already did that.
No, we hadn't read anything.
Okay. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on action items, consent calendar, resolution consent calendar, discussion action calendar. Per board policy 9323, each individual speaker will have 3 minutes. Speakers may not cede unused minutes to other speakers, and there is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per item. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comment, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to speak. The board, staff, or members of the public may request that a specific item on the consent be moved to discussion action. Requests to move consent items must be received prior to the time the board takes action on the consent calendar. All comments are recorded in full on the meeting video record. When addressing the board, it is helpful if you state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanchez Kobayashi. You can always put in a, don't make me first if you want.
Made me go first. Good evening. My name is Ruth Sanchez Kobayashi, and my husband and I are the parents of 2 college students who are Corona Del Mar graduates. Thank you for your continued commitment to student safety. Your partnership with the Newport Beach Police Department, I know it's the same with Costa Mesa. I live in Newport, so I'm speaking about Newport. In the school resource officer program is essential, and the entire community is grateful for it. According to the FBI's April report, very current, on school shootings, the bulk of them take place in high schools, and the bulk of the shooters are students or former students. Any student or former student who intends to do harm need only do so on campus when the SRO is not there. Without the SRO, the response time is about 2 minutes or so, and an entire classroom can be wiped out. The addition of a third SRO last year was understood to provide full SRO coverage for our high schools. However, this has not been the case for a variety of scheduling and labor reasons, which I've sent to the board, and I've actually talked to Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill about. Our two high schools have roughly 60% of student hours covered by the SRO, which means 40% there is no SRO on campus. In the interest of security, I won't state the exact hours, you know what they are, but any student or former student could easily figure that out and take advantage of it. Therefore, I respectfully ask that before you finalize the agreement, which is on the schedule to be ratified tonight, with the Newport Beach Police Department, that you require the scheduling to be adjusted so that Newport Harbor and Corona Del Mar High School have 100% of their student hours, academic hours, covered by an SRO. The adjustment will still provide a lot of hours for the elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we talk about that after the, okay. Mrs. Lees? And we've adjusted the number since you put the topic, it's 14D8 rather than 14D7. I didn't think you would.
It's on the NAMI.
Yeah, and that was D8, so.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay, good evening. Trustees, thank you for doing the business of the public tonight in public. And as a longtime member of the public, 46 years, 20 of those years sitting in an elected or appointed seat, so I know the responsibility that you have is great. And this item caught my attention regarding the MOU you have with NAMI. Okay, I read it. I'm interested because almost every day I deal with young people, sometimes from Newport Mesa, sometimes from a group home, who are at College Hospital in the adolescent unit because they are suicidal. And they've tried to take their life, or they've planned to. Now, NAMI's a wonderful organization, but if I want you to read through this MOU, and I think it's a little weak in several areas. It's very good on principles and what they're going to do, but I'm concerned that it's a little vague on where they're going to go and when. I printed it out myself, and because it talks about the basics, ending the silence, clubs, doesn't say where the clubs are going to be held, how it's going to be advertised. It can be offered on campus in the evening, or we will find a location close to the school that can provide meeting place. Well, what school? How many schools? Newport Harbor, Corona Del Mar, Ensign, Tewinkle? Where is all this going to take place? And it's not written in the MOU. So maybe whoever's in charge of this department can work out the details. It's a wonderful platform. It's a wonderful vision. It's definitely what we need for our kids and for their parents. I will say one thing, and some of the research that I've done, that what's the real big problem is that especially non-English speaking parents don't know how to navigate the mental health services you have or the IEP system. They're scared of getting, the IEP. They don't know how to get the IEP. And they need the IEP. Mental illness and a disorder would require them to go through the IEP process. But I don't think our district does a great job of helping Hispanic parents who have kids in middle school or younger. I have had kids 10 and 11. And a lot of times the mother doesn't speak English and the father either. So this is great, but the devil's in the details. It's a great start, but whoever responsibility this is needs to really make sure that it encompasses the whole district and all kids. 22,000.
Dr. Jacob, can you speak to that?
Yes, that's my division.
That would be you.
That's my department. So what I appreciate the support of NAMI. We know that it's a good organization who works well with kids. But what this MOU allows us to do is have some fluidity of which sites we are working with based on student needs, based on when we come back in the fall. Angela Castellanos is our mental health coordinator, and she reaches out to the schools. They talk about which kids need some support, and that's where we deploy NAMI out to. So I can look at how we can be a little bit more concrete, but there's a certain level of flexibility that that we need in the MOU in order for us to be able to refer them to the schools that have that need at that time.
Would the wording that we have now prohibit any school from being eligible for their services?
No.
Okay.
Elementary schools?
It just said schools. I didn't think
It
it
says
said secondary.
Middle and
It's
high
a
school.
primarily at the secondary level, and we have other resources that we're looking at for elementary, just based on the support that we have from NAMI. It's more of a secondary intervention.
Mrs. Fleur?
But I understand also in this agreement is NAMI Basics, which is a 6-week education program for parents and family caregivers of children and teens who are experiencing symptoms of a mental illness. So there is a component, 6 weeks worth of courses or programming for the parents and family caregivers. And that's, again, fluid depending on.
Correct.
But it's 6 weeks worth of commitment to those families.
Correct. So
And that
that
could
could
There's
be
no age, there's no age level there either.
no.
And that could
there's- yeah.
be multilingual? I mean, would that be in,
Typically, NAMI has staff that is able to provide that support in multiple languages.
Okay, so, and then there's also then the Mental Health 101 is to give individuals an opportunity to learn about mental illness. And then there's the NAMI on campus. So Mrs. Lees was really speaking about just one component of this MOU.
Yes, correct. I think that was the part that, maybe she would like a little more clarification on. But I think for us, and what I will do for the board is put together more of a comprehensive list of all of the different agencies we have working with our kids and the different services that they provide, because I think that helps give the bigger picture.
that would be great.
NAMI is one of our tools
Right.
that we have, and that's one of the groups that we work with, and that's why it's probably a little vague on purpose.
Right.
thank you. You okay? And Dr. Navarro, would you speak to the subtleties of ratifying our our agreements with the cities for SROs and the coverage? I don't know if we can unratify, because ratifying means we've already started the contract. The safety would probably be Mr. Lee-Sung.
Well, actually, it falls in Sarah's department.
Hey.
Yes, and she can, and Dr. DiAgostino's here also to respond. He does work with the departments, the police departments.
But I do agree that we all thought that's what that third person was supposed to be for.
Well, it was multiple, but again, so we did want additional coverage at the elementary because we weren't getting any service at the elementary schools. So we did ask for that, but I'll let
Right,
Sarah.
I think that it's important to know, again, that the SRO support and coverage is one of our safety tools, and we have many. At each of our comprehensive high schools, we also have school campus facilitators that are there every day of the week and provide additional support. We have, we've done the Raptor program to have visitors sign in. We've done fencing. We've done additional staff training on, run, hide, fight, and all of that stuff. So this is a piece, the SRO support has always been an important piece of that safety process. And when we have these contracts with both of our cities, one of the things that we need to respect is the collective bargain, or the bargaining agreements they have with their employees. So the police bargaining unit has them working 4 10-hour days. Okay, so
In a row.
and they're typically a Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday. They wouldn't be a Wednesday, Saturday. So there is, so what we've done this year is the addition of that third officer has provided support to those school sites on those days when their regular SRO is not on duty. And that third officer has also been able to provide some support to our elementary and middle school campuses more than we have. Again, I think it's important to note that we appreciate our SRO support and coverage. We would take all that we can get, but I think there are some constraints that we're dealing with. We know that in both of our cities, our police officers have an excellent response time.
They do.
But let me see if Phil has anything to correct me on.
As Dr. Diago is making his way up, I believe both departments have been very open to discussing issues with us throughout the year. And so if this is an issue that we need to go on and ask if we can address, we can do that with the contract in place.
Right.
We can do that, because I think they've been very responsive. I know I've sat with both of the police chiefs, and they've been they've listened to us. And you know that we have different dynamics on both in the two cities. One city isn't up to full force yet, and so they've done it another way, whereas the other city is up to full force. But we can always, if you want, we can always go back and say, how can we fix this little patch that's missing?
Dr.
So-
Navarro, I
Yeah.
I think it's probably about this one sentence that gives us concern, and I think that's what Mrs. Kobayashi is talking about. It says on 4.2, page 3, the last sentence says, "City shall use its best efforts to schedule officers so that at least one of the 3 officers is on duty each day that school is in session, and that each officer can be present during special school activities." I think what Mrs. Kobayashi is asking for is that they ensure that it's one officer every single day, which is what they say here, that the best efforts is one officer every day school is in session.
And it
Not
is.
best efforts, but one officer, and that's what this says. One officer each day school's in session.
But it doesn't say one officer per school.
Exactly.
Each day.
No, it
So-
doesn't.
So they have I guarantee you, there is an officer on duty Monday through Friday.
I think what that
I know that's what
phrase
we wanted, was one
allows
at every
for
school.
is if there is a citywide catastrophe or there is something that it allows the police to pull back their officers and have them reprioritized. That's what that clause allows. Now, I don't know that we've seen it this past year that they've done that, but there typically is support. There's at least one school resource officer every day our schools are in
Who
session.
do they report to?
Well, they report to the school site administrators. That's the principals, and then Phil is the liaison with them and with the cities. So I just want to also kind of bring up, I know we're talking about Newport Beach, but as we talk about Costa Mesa, due to their hiring challenges, they haven't been able to allocate a third officer. But what they have done is provide overtime opportunities, anywhere from 12 to 20 hours of overtime for their officers to support that. And we verified that with Jake this morning, and he said, yes, they do. They are there. They're checking in. They're, making sure that that coverage is there. So I think we do have coverage in both of our cities.
I guess my question is, so Phil, does the principal know that it's a Tuesday? I'll just pull a day. It's a Tuesday. And the SRO, who at their best effort, there's at least one SRO on it. Do the principals know where that SRO is?
Yes, the school resource officers do a really good job. If they're not going to be at a particular school site that they're expected to be at, they have in the past let the principal know, I'm at Killybrook this morning because I'm handling this, or I'm over at so-and-so handling that. And on some occasions, the SROs will contact me saying, we're dealing with a case right now, and so I'm not going to be available. So we're aware of that as well. There's nothing to correct. Just a couple of points to amplify that we're in constant communication about these kinds of issues. I can tell you that when this particular issue came up about the SRO contract, I immediately got on the phone with both Jim Brown, Sergeant Jim Brown for Costa Mesa, and Sergeant Doug Jones for Newport Beach, and we talked through these issues. The city and their command staff are aware of these concerns, and prior to the start of this school year, we will be sitting down and talking about how we can increase those percentages that Mrs. Kobayashi is concerned about, and I'm sure others as well. But as Dr. Jockum mentioned, given the structure of the collective bargaining agreement, given their duties and responsibilities in other areas in terms of certain kinds of requirements that they also have to do outside of their scope as an SRO, it constrains us a little bit to hit that 100% mark. Can we do better? Can we reallocate better and look at that prior to the start of the school year? Absolutely. But I would also amplify that the school resource officer program, I like to think of the fact that we have a school resource officer on our school sites, and we have about 12 or 14 field officers who will act in an SRO capacity within 90 seconds. And so everyone has talked about response times. They are great. This is why we have never entertained the notion of an armed guard, because we are very happy with the work that our local law enforcement agencies have done for us. But the dialogue will continue, I can assure you of that, and we will see what we can do to make sure the focus on the high schools is our first priority and doesn't come necessarily at the expense of needs and services that our middle and elementary schools would like to see as well.
Mrs. Black, don't leave just in case.
Oh, Dr. Jockum, she
She answered
answered.
it. Perfect. Mrs. Snell.
Well, you kind of made me feel better, but I believed that originally the intention was that two of the officers would be there 100% and the other officer would be split. So however you can work that out would really be helpful. I mean, I think we're all aware that things happen during the week and we may not get 3 full-time officers because things happen. But should there be a week where we have 3 full-time officers, we should be able to allocate them in a way that they are, the majority, at least 80, 90% of their time is at the high school, except for special events. I think that's what we all thought was going to happen.
Absolutely.
So thank you for saying that you're going to be working on that. I am also, the Costa Mesa SRO issue is very disturbing to me because we've been begging for a third officer, and after this is the 3rd year coming up?
At least.
We only have 2, and the part-time is really nice that they're offering overtime, but it's my understanding we pay all of that, and it costs more because it's overtime. So the fact that the city doesn't even help us with that is, you understand what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's time and a half or what it is, but it's disturbing because safety is a priority for the district and for the city. So I intend to bring that up at our
liaison meeting?
Yes.
Excellent.
But thank you. I'm glad you're working toward that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Flores, second?
Second? Oh.
She gave you a 15-second delay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you have a light on.
You do that so quickly, and it's really hard to get questions in.
That's I just need to see the light. Mrs. Black did get to second it, so the discussion is happening now. Ms. Anderson.
I just had a question about 14B B14, the MOU with Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Orange County. I know Estancia was connecting with Wilson, and I don't see Wilson on here or on the MOU, and I know several students have benefited from that. Is there a reason why Wilson is no longer receiving?
You know, I have a
I can look into it. I know it was a site decision that they had other ways to support the kids. And it's something that I'll bring up with the new principal to see if they're interested in getting back into that.
I just like to remind everybody that we do have GRIP at Wilson now. And so GRIP is another form of support for the students. So they have a lot of involvement by, sheriff support on the GRIP. And
I'm personally not a fan of GRIP at all. Big Brothers and Big Sisters is positive mentorship. Instead, GRIP is talking about kindergartners and first graders who may potentially be gang members. So it's a big difference in programming.
actually, with all due respect, GRIP now focuses on truancy, because at the end, what they did all their research on is that they've identified that the people who end up in jail, one of their first offenses is truancy. So they work on good student attendance. They have a lot of rewards and recognitions for students who have good attendance. They provide a turkey giveaway at Thanksgiving for the students. So it's a bit different than it was originally designed to be. But I think that, I'm just offering that as possibilities to why maybe Wilson didn't want, but we'll go ahead and find out.
Finding out, that's a good thing.
They need to change their name then, because GRIP
know.
is for gang intervention.
We've mentioned that, Ms. Anderson.
Big PR issue. It's not okay to me, so.
Yeah.
Mrs. Bartow.
Oh, I meant to ask this earlier, and I'm sure it's just something Certiport wasn't on, 14B10 was added after agenda prep, so I just wanted
Find out what's Certiport.
Yeah, that's a certification program for our CTE pathways. And so we're a certification site now for our students.
Thank you.
Yay. Finally.
Okay, it
Happy.
has been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Absent. Okay, we have 601. 601. And we are now moving to the discussion action calendar. Mr. Holcomb and Mr. Trader.
So this is adopting Resolution 010719. Back in 1991, you became the legislative body for Community Facilities District 90-1. And so as a result, you approve special taxes for those parcels in 90-1. And so every year, then you set the levy for these taxes, and so this resolution is to do that.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Mrs. Bartow? do I
Approve
have a
adoption of Resolution 010719.
So I just have a question.
Whoop, we have to have a second.
I'll second.
She's not done, I don't think. Oh. Oh, okay.
So
it's been
the
moved and
executive director is you,
Correct?
and the chief financial officer is you?
Correct.
Yes.
So
You have to talk to
you have to have two of them. So
Two.
it says that it's on file, there's two people on this, and it used to be that there was a board. I mean, we're going back a long time, because you remember, so it was the board who approved it, and then it got switched over, and now there's two members of the staff. There's you as one, because Paul Reed was one. Who's the second? Is it Tim?
Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer.
But I just want to know which one is, who is who?
I think that we're mixing this up. That's actually for another, for the Bonita Canyon.
Okay, so this is not,
This is different.
This is different. This is just Community Facilities District 90-1. You're referring to the Bonita Canyon.
this is the Mello-Roos, isn't it?
Mello-Roos, yes, this is Mello-Roos.
Okay.
But you're referring to Bonita Canyon, which is organized that way, where there are officers and whatnot. There's no essentially real officers in this. You are, the board as a body is the governing
Board.
for this organization.
Okay,
Are you okay?
yeah,
Okay.
keep changing it.
It's been moved by Mrs. Bartow, seconded by Mrs. Fleur. We need a roll call vote.
Ms. Metoyer?
Yes?
Ms. Fleur?
Yes.
Ms. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Yelsey is absent. Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Ms. Bartow?
Yes.
Ms. Snow?
Yes.
Okay. 14B, Mrs. Olson.
Yes, thank you. This evening, we come forward to you with the recommendation for the Board of Education's Personnel Commission appointee, and I'm going to call upon Kristen Clark, our Director of Classified Personnel, to speak to this item.
We're just
Good evening, President Metoyer, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Navarro. I'm here tonight to talk about the reappointment process for the board's designee to the Personnel Commission. So just by way of a little background for those who might not be familiar with the process, Newport Mesa Personnel Commission is an independent body, and it's composed of 3 members who are appointed for 3-year staggered terms. 1 commissioner is appointed by the board, 1 commissioner is appointed by CSEA Chapter 18, and 1 commissioner is jointly appointed by the first 2. This year, the term of Ken Wayman, the board's appointee, will expire on December 1st. Mr. Wayman has indicated he'd be interested in serving another term if reappointed by the Board of Education. Speaking on behalf of the commission and its staff, we would encourage you to consider reappointing Mr. Wayman as your representative. A longtime Costa Mesa resident, Mr. Wayman has been a contributor, participant, and supporter of the Newport Mesa school community for over 54 years. He worked as a teacher at Adams Elementary School for 6 years. He served on the Board of Education for 12 years, and he has been the board's appointed designee to the commission since 1998. Tonight is the first step in the process, and if the board would like to reappoint Mr. Wayman, then you'd make a motion announcing that he is your intended appointee to the commission. Then, on August 27th, we'll be back and you'll have a public hearing and you'll give the public an opportunity to speak to the qualifications or ask questions about the person that you intend to move forward. And then following the public hearing right after, you can move, if Mr. Wayman is the person that you choose, to consider an action to reappoint him.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to recommend Mr. Wayman as our Board of Education selection for the Personnel Commission? Someone has to say.
I guess I'll speak to it for a couple of minutes. One is that, as you said, Kristen, he's been served, Mr. Wayman and I adore Ken. I've served with him on the Board of Education as well. He served since 1998. And typically, in the past, when new board members have come on, this board, we have always looked and said, advertised and said, is anybody else out there interested in serving on this versus being pro forma? And now we have 2 new board members on the board. And the question is whether we advertise and say, yes, he's indicated that and I'm perfectly willing to approve him. I have no problems with that. But again, I think it's incumbent upon us as within the community to ask the question if there's anybody else that's interested in serving. I mean, the other is how many. I mean, we have Newport Beach also, and since it's 1998, now the previous one, Tom, was a Newport Beach resident.
So the nice thing just about Mr. Wayman is his wealth of experience and understanding how this community is organized as a school district. And he really is the pillar of our commission. Part of the struggle with the process of appointing and reappointing is we're governed by the Ed Code, and there's some pretty strict strict provisions about deadlines for making these choices. We do try to give the board through Dr. Navarro as much notice as possible. So every year when there is somebody that you need to take action on, next year it will be, we'll be bringing the commission CSEA appointee here. But we do give information of the timelines. And so once this is on the agenda, which it is on now, we have to do something between 30 and 45 days afterwards. That it's required by the Ed Code. And there's a timeline that if we don't do it by a certain date in November, it messes up everything. So I'm not sure exactly what you'd like to do, or
Well,
if
then
there's
I would
something
like
else
to
you'd be-
request that at the next one, in 3 years, that we put this on the agenda, that board puts it on the agenda, and that we publicize the opportunity for someone else to approve. It's not to say that Mr. Wayman may be interested in doing it, but I think we need to be advertised that this is the board's appointed representative.
Well, I'll make sure to make a note to do that, if that would be like what you'd like me to do. Absolutely.
People that are interested in serving.
I'll make sure to make a note of that for Dr.
I
Navarro.
think it's just a nice thing to do.
And I had a question.
That's all right, I would have got you.
Okay.
There you go.
I don't know Mr. Wayman. I'm sure he's great. But
Yes, he's good.
my question was, what if, how does the process work? So we approve that this is our recommendation, and the public hearing happens, and maybe someone else comes forward and we want to revisit that. How does that whole process work?
It doesn't.
So it doesn't.
Okay.
Tonight is, you're going to either say that you have somebody else in mind that you would like to move forward, or that would be an appointment, or you're going to make a decision to have the name of Ken Wayman be the person that you're considering as the person that you're reappointing. And that's why we have the meeting on April 27th, because we have between 30 and 45 days after this announcement today is the public hearing. And the public hearing is, they'll have the name of the person, and that's what they'll know to speak on if they want to come forward. And then you make an action to either approve or vote not to approve.
So that was my question. After
I
the
hope
public
that-
hearing,
You would take an action. Someone would make a motion, and then there would be discussion if you had any, and then you would take a vote on whether Mr. Wayman was going to be reappointed.
so if we decided not to not reappoint, I'm just trying to understand the whole process.
So tonight, you could either name somebody, say, we're going to name X, or we're going to be appointed, or we're going to name Mr. Wayman to be reappointed. That would be what would be happening.
So how did it work before? Because we asked for applications, and there were applications, and we.
So all I know is, since I've
submitted-
been here, I've only had to go through this one time I've been here for 5 years, so we've done this one time before, since I've been here, and I sent communication to the superintendent indicating that this is the process, and that for appointment, reappointment, and then it was put on the calendar, and I came and spoke to it. There was no applications. There wasn't we didn't do anything of that for that appointment.
Remember, we called for there was an application process. We did interviews. In fact, we had five.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wouldn't have been a part of that.
That was when we appointed
Tris.
Ken Wayman. Because before Ken Wayman, it was Tom Henderson, and Tom Henderson was our previous one. And we asked for applications, and we sent out an application process. Tom had served for many, many years, again, very ably. The name is on.
So I'm just thinking of the last time that we were before you, when your appointee's term was expiring. That's the only experience I've had. I wasn't here when Mr. Wayman was selected originally. So since 1998, every 3 years, you would have been there would have been someone from the commission coming here and speaking to whoever was on the board. But, and I know that, so just since I've been here, all we've done is send the communication indicating that usually it's in June or July, indicating what the process normally looks like indicating that the person who's currently serving in that role is interested in being reappointed, if so chosen by the board. And then I've left that in the hands of the superintendent and the board president to decide if there's some other action that you'd like to do. But this is just the only process I've had.
So are we prevented from calling for applications?
At this time.
I
At
think
this
I
timeline?
think you are at this timeline. That would have been the process that you could have utilized in June, July.
Well, this is July. So the question is.
Well, I can't speak to that. I don't have that information in front of me. I just know that the Ed Code provides that we've put this on the agenda, and then from the announcement, if you choose to, or if you have another name of somebody that you wanted to move forward, then we would be back. We have to do that before 45 days, so.
I can add, I think, a little clarity. The last time this was done is when Tris Ailey came on board, and that was because Mr. Henderson had decided not to return. And and Mr. Ailey's position, I believe, is the one selected by the two
Yes, he's a joint
commissioners.
appointee. Correct. Yeah.
So they advertised it, they got applications, and they selected Mr. Ailey. That's the last time that this happened, but that was because the incumbent commissioner had given us a lead notice.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if we go through the public hearing for whatever reason, let's take it out of an individual person because I don't want to be related to that. But so we go through the public hearing and we decide not to approve that person. What's that process? I guess that's my question.
I would have to find out. I don't have that information. I'm sorry. We can ask for a legal opinion, but I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
But according to Ed Code, you're saying we have to appoint somebody, and we have to have a public hearing, and we have to approve it in time, obviously not all the way up to December,
Yeah, you
because
can't-
that's,
yeah.
it has to be. So it's the time schedule right now that's the problem. And if we didn't appoint, you probably don't know this, but it's like, do we not get a person? Do we not get an appointee?
I wouldn't be
You
able to
don't know.
answer that. I apologize, but I don't have that information.
If we appoint someone, and I too, I know Ken, and he's wonderful, and I don't think this is the kind of position you can just appoint anybody. You need someone that has the background, someone that has been in the school system for a while and understands the Ed Code. I mean, it's just not.
Definitely someone who would understand what a merit
Absolutely.
district is,
Exactly.
and the role of the commission. That would be important as well.
But just because we put him forward after the public hearing, we don't have to approve.
We would, and we are.
Well, but if we have why have a public
Why
hearing?
have a
then?
public hearing?
I mean, if.
My question is, I feel like at this point, so there's some changes, right? So now there's term limits for the board. So if it's only 3 years, there's hypothetically somebody, if they're on the board for only 4 years, that they would maybe have that process happen once, or maybe not if it's a joint appointee. So I think I would really like this, we keep having these incidences that come up that, oops, it's too late. And this is not a you thing. This needs to be communicated to the board, particularly if it's a board appointee. So we have to have time to have a decision process to talk about it and then appoint someone. I'm thankful that I know the Waymans. I went to school with Brad and Eric.
great.
I know he's a lawyer. I know he has education background. He's very involved in the community. If I was Michelle and I didn't know him from Bob, I would be very upset that this person was just being appointed and put in our lap. So I think there's some pieces to this that I really feel like the ball was dropped, and we need this information before we're making decisions, particularly on timelines.
This is the first board appointee that's come up.
Yeah, exactly.
Mrs. Black, you had a light on.
I was just going to move to approve the recommendation because I agree with Mrs. Sell, and I agree with all the input. But I've also, he's just been such a stellar supporter, and, of our district. But not only that, he's, attended our functions and been there when we've had questions and support. And quite
qualified.
frankly, I'm pretty surprised that he still wants to do it, so kudos to him. Like he said,
Yeah,
it keeps
really.
me young.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we have a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Oh, we already discussed. Do we need more discussion? Okay, good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 6-0. But let's work together about getting the process better for us so that we don't put other boards.
Well, I think it'd be good to have the president, I hate to chime in, but it would be part of the role of the president. So that would be your contact. So maybe, in the future,
Or, yeah, let me know and I'll,
So I
because it
assume,
is a board.
I assume there's other people that we are appointing at some point, so.
I think what'd be important here is that if there's information that we can share with you as staff about any issues that any of the commissioners are having, we could bring that to you, especially for your appointee. But, because I think you want to give somebody an opportunity, if they're performing well and they're meeting, and their attendance is good and their votes, they're always there, you wouldn't want to just arbitrarily want to remove someone. So you'd want to have some background. What I'm hearing here is we're coming together as a new team, is that we probably need to give you some feedback on these things and let you know 3 months in advance, hey, this is coming up. We want to let you know the report from the other commissioners and what's going on, because these are appointed positions. These are not elected positions, so there are no term limits to them. And so I think what I'm hearing is Kristen and I need to make sure that we provide you with this information. Now, the next two, one's selected by a CSEA, and the other one is selected by the other two. So you don't have a role in that one, just this one. Well, I understand, but I also think, understanding what their performance would be critical for you to have as well.
but also, I would love the community to know that there is an option to be a personnel commissioner. And if you're interested in it, here are the steps you would go. And if nothing else, it lets Mrs. Clark know, oh, look, there's 3 other people that would be interested in being on the commission. Let's figure out what we do now. And we don't want to make, we too often have the opinion that it's like, PTA, where people say, please, we want you to come out and participate in our district. But the feeling is only these 5 people are the PTA president, and we never get anybody else. We want to make sure that the public knows we want them to have access. We didn't do that this time, so we have to make sure we don't do that again, just because we've done it before. And I agree with you.
I would like to I really want us to have at some point a comprehensive calendar. So if we have a calendar that says, here are all the things that happen as a board, not even for the district perspective, we need that as well, but for the board, here's something that happens every 3 years. Here's something that happens every 6 months. Because coming in, we have none of that information, and I don't want this to happen again, where we are behind the ball. The ball was dropped. We're coming in late. It needs to stop happening.
We will be losing our institutional people that are built-in calendars due to term limits. We will not have someone that will be able to, at the drop of a hat, say, oh, well, 14 years ago when we did this. So we do have to get those systems in place.
Yes.
We now, as a board, have an opportunity and an obligation to get some systems going. I agree with you.
That would be wonderful.
It's just taking a look at our system, like we're taking a look,
Right.
and Dr. Navarro, you took a look at the organizational chart of the district.
The systems.
And how the system works and how the interdependency. And I think that's what we have to, it's not that we don't have anything against Ken Wayman. It's just, it's a question of, do we want different eyes? Do we want to appoint? Do we want to have a conversation? I mean,
Does anybody even want it?
They provide a significant.
Maybe we get nobody, but,
Exactly.
It's an important, we have the merit system, and it's important. We have to deal with it.
I don't think anybody's discounting any of that.
Yeah.
It's just that we have to operate differently.
Okay. Good. Job security. Alrighty, do I have a motion to approve secondary textbooks for a 30-day display? Mr. Drake?
Yeah, so in front of you this evening is a recommendation from our high school for an AP chemistry book. Publisher is Cengage Learning, and also for an IB World Language French book from Vista Higher Learning. This is just a recommendation to open it up for public display and review prior to then coming forward and recommending adoption.
Did you want a button pushed? Mrs. Fleur? You got it.
Given that it's summer, are we trying to get this approved so that it'll be in the hands of students by September?
Well, that will be very difficult to do if we have to wait for approval. But I think it's to get in their hands as soon as possible. They have previous text in both of these courses that they can use to start the year. But we can't come back to you until August for approval, and then we would order after that.
I guess the question is that we're putting them on 30-day display and 30 days during the summer, where parents, interested parents, and I don't know how many interested parents there are, or maybe, are available to come in to the district office and review. And so I would respectfully request that it be a 60-day. Does that put a crunch on you all? Because I'm not opposed to a 30-day, it's just like, but again, I don't mean to be obnoxious about things, but.
Yes, you do.
30 days.
It just comes natural.
It's the summer, it's the summer.
Yeah, I would just need to make sure that the sites are aware that that's what the action that was requested and recommended and taken would be to increase to 60 days.
In theory, yeah, can they get it? Were they hoping to get them as soon as possible?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that
answers the question.
That answers the question, so I'll move approval.
Okay, well, that was my comment that with the light was.
there's a light.
I think you have to weigh.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to weigh how soon do we want it in their hands and versus an extra 30 days.
Right.
So Mrs. Fleur moved it. Would you like to second?
I would like to second it.
Mrs. Snell, Mrs. Black?
I just, what is the process? I mean, you don't have to go into details, but just because we're dealing with, I hate to leave that, hanging like that. So because it is midsummer and this is coming now, is this something that they did on their way out, at the end of the day after graduation or graduation day or? So I mean, how does the process work so that you guys aren't having?
Yeah, so for these, I'm going to just say specialty courses, the
Okay.
AP IB courses. Grade level teams or curricular teams will get together and then
Right.
make the decision and make the recommendation forward. Sometimes these are also updated editions. In this case, we didn't receive it until the end of June.
Right.
From as they were leaving, that this was the book that they wanted. So that is the process. I will also tell you that we are refining that as we go through our curricular adoptions. So for example, the first one up is history.
Right.
For high school. So we're looking at those AP courses because we do have some sites using some different books for different AP courses. So we're getting the AP teachers together to make some recommendations for materials district-wide for those courses. So it'll be the same process, but these are unique in that they are kind of these onesie-twosie courses.
And that's how I understood it. I just think it's really good because there is a lot of discussion and it does come from our professional staff.
My only question is that IB, I know there were several IB classes that were added when we approved new courses. AP Chemistry is obviously not a new course.
No.
Is this IB World Language one of the new courses, and will they need it immediately?
I will have to double check with you.
think
I
it's
don't, off
been
the top of my
around.
head, I
think
don't
it's been
remember.
around.
World languages has been around.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. Mrs. Snell?
So you've gone through a lot of textbook approvals. Right?
I've been through a few, but I spent a lot of time in textbook approval.
I'm just
How about that?
wondering, have you ever had a 30-day display and not ordered the book?
I have not, no. I've always come after the 30-day for approval and then
I think the
ordered book after
teachers are really, I think it's great, and parents should have the opportunity to look at the book. But, I think
gonna go with
most
the
of the
teacher
time,
recommendation
people go with what the teacher recommends.
Exactly.
That's just my opinion.
Especially on these topics. Sometimes
I
in
know.
health, there's some
Yeah.
questions.
Well, yeah, okay.
But these are,
I'm talking about the IB chemistry, AP chemistry, 10th
F.
edition. I'll be looking at that book.
Well,
Sure, it's right.
there have been occasions when the board actually, when they
Really?
were, yeah, English, especially when it was
Back in the
talking about-
80s or what?
It was back when we were adopting literature.
Oh, well,
yes,
that's
I remember
different.
that.
When we
Okay,
were
that's
adopting critical
That's
literature books, and one of them was
Okay.
a story
Don't-
about
don't even go there. Let's just-
Vietnam. And it was like,
Really?
holy moly. And it was for an AP class, and the entire board, and Wendy was on the board at that time. And we all read the books, didn't we? It was like, and there was some hefty-duty discussion
Discussion.
about whether we would adopt
Some
some
of
of the
that,
textbooks. And
yeah.
so we were actually getting lots of the literature. We read more literature. Why the cage bird sings, Maya Angelou.
I know why
That
the
was
caged
another
bird
one.
sings.
I mean, so, yeah.
Okay,
So-
but for chemistry and French.
Yeah, chemistry and French, yeah.
Okay, it's been moved by Mrs. Flores, seconded by Mrs. Snell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Oh. Approve the Meju curriculum for Mandarin immersion, Mr. Drake.
Yes, so this is a request that came in from the Mandarin teachers at College Park. And this is, they've, over the last few years, have recognized that they need an additional support in their second grade to prepare the students who are in the Mandarin program for that jump to third grade in the reading of the language. So this MyJu program is here to support that.
Move approval.
Okay, that's okay, we have to do that first. We move approval, Mrs. Fleur. Is there a
Second.
second? Second,
Mrs.
Mrs. Black, Mrs. Bartow.
I don't know if you know the answer to this one. Was pinyin not being used before?
I'm sorry?
Oh, so in languages that have different characters, you have to translate the sounds into like our alphabet, and it looks like that's being introduced for the first time. Was that not introduced before, or do you?
I don't know the answer. I know that they do spend a lot of time in the kinder and first grade in learning how to create the characters. As far as the sounds, my understanding in the conversation with the principal is that is part of the purpose of this is to
bridge that.
support, yes,
Okay.
that.
It may be that their English reading has now gotten to the level where they are able to comprehend the sounds so well on what looks to be nonsense words to our language, but are phonetic representations of theirs. It could be possibly that that's where it comes up.
Is this
This is a bridge curriculum.
K through
Yes.
third?
I wanted to say
Great.
that I appreciate that we're listening to our teachers. The teachers that I know at College Park that are teaching this love this and said that it was really a great pilot and that to learn phonetically was really important and a huge bridge. So thank you for being responsive to the teachers that requested this.
Absolutely.
Perfect. So it was moved by Mrs. Flor, seconded by Mrs. Black. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Alrighty, Dr. Navarro. It's your turn.
Your turn.
Yeah.
So let's accelerate this.
Oh,
Had about 6 weeks since I gave you this on a Friday update.
You did.
Yeah, come on, let me get out of here.
There it is.
Okay. So, the priorities, we have 3 areas: academics, behavior, and community.
They're good.
Also, the priorities are actually the A1s, the A2s, the ones that are listed with the capital letter and the number. Just as a reminder, that is the board's what they want us to do. And the bullets underneath are how we are going about it in staff, okay? And last time we had a couple of suggestions to consider about, well, have you thought about maybe changing how you go do this? So we took that information and refined some of the hows. So, but we didn't get any feedback on the actual priorities themselves, the A1s through A5s or the B1s through the B4s and the C1s through the C2s. We mostly focused on some of your questions about how we were going about doing things.
Just as a heads up, Ms. Anderson and I kind of became a priority editing team. We were looking at the document as a document for readability and things like that, and we came up with just one or two couple of things. And one thing for you, Ms. Snyder, on page 2, on item number A3, the top line is italicized, and it shouldn't be, but it.
Oh, I see, yeah.
See, to the public, this is the kind of editing that we often do. So that was one thing that we thought, and Mrs. Leary isn't here, and I talked to.
So that needs to be.
That needs to be just, that's a
Yeah.
type,
Okay.
that's an editing thingy.
Yeah.
And we talked to Mr. Lee Sung, and he's not here
And
either.
I'm
and
here.
Mrs.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you talk to Mrs. Leary
I
about?
did.
Oh, good. Would you clarify? Oh, here,
did.
let me tell them. We had a question on the terminology of preschool versus pre-kindergarten. Thank you.
So, so pre-kindergarten or preschool?
Right.
Which phrase should we use in this document?
Right.
And I asked her the question, and it's not too often that I stump her, but she had to think, and she went and did a little research. She actually talked to some colleagues to get some feedback, and pretty much the consensus is they're used interchangeably.
Oh.
So there wasn't any strong feeling we should use this and shouldn't use that. We use them interchangeably. She looked at some of the literature, some of the research out there, talked to some colleagues, as I mentioned, and either one is fine. So if there is a preference from the board, we could change it either way, but, the only thing I like to do is to be consistent with it. And right now, we do use pre-kindergarten in a lot of things, but we also mention preschool.
And Ms. Anderson,
My comment was the State Department of Ed has changed a lot of their language, and so in order for us going forward to be able to apply for grants, to be in compliance for all of our systems, to line up with what the state and the county are doing, if there isn't much of a discussion, I think it would be better to have all-encompassing and have preschool, since we now offer preschool for 3-year-olds in several of our schools. So I think that if somebody was coming to our district and they see our priorities and they say pre-K, they may not even know that we offer preschool for 3- and 4-year-olds.
Clarification. So pre-K is what we have now, and preschool is something like when you're 3. So are we guaranteeing a challenging curriculum for our preschool as well?
Yes.
Appropriate for that level.
our preschool curriculum
But
is
this
challenging.
doesn't mean we have to, this doesn't mean that we are offering preschool at all our sites.
No.
No, but it's
But at the sites that it's
implying
offered.
It's implying that when you put it
It's
that
implying
all.
it to me.
Yeah.
It's implying
Available
it to
for
me.
anyone who lives within our district, though. So
But someone could say, you guarantee that you have a preschool, and I live in Mesa Verde, and I can't get to wherever.
we
and-
currently offer preschool to people outside of our district. So we not only cover in Newport Mesa.
realize that, yeah.
So if anything, we are even more inclusive than a person would normally think we are, because we are an attendance-based district, except for preschool. So.
So may I ask one question?
We are not
Which
an
priority are we
attendance
talking
base.
about exactly?
I think we're just talking about A1.
Because A1 is not about who we offer this to, it's about a rigorous curriculum.
Was also the first paragraph.
Support student learning from preschool kindergarten.
Yeah,
to
from
be-
pre-kindergarten to,
But I also want to say that we don't offer pre-kindergarten at every.
what?
I want Mrs. Snell to hear me. We don't.
sorry.
That's okay. I understand the side conversations and how we get ourselves in trouble.
Funny.
No, me.
Oh.
I'm the one that does them.
Okay.
We don't offer pre-kindergarten at every school either. Pre-kindergarten is not TK.
It's not TK.
No.
Oh.
It's not TK. Pre-K comes before TK.
So I guess
for heaven's
that's the
sakes.
question, is that So we're classifying our preschoolers, because that's what they are. They're 3 and 4-year-olds. They are preschoolers.
Yeah.
We are now considering them students.
That was my concern.
Not developmentally, we are now considering them students.
Sure.
And that our preschoolers are now considered students that are going to have a challenging curriculum
That doesn't have to be
aligned
academic.
to the California state standards. Are there California state standards for preschool or pre-kindergarten?
You can ignore my light because that was my
a-
question.
As a secondary person who got to do a stint in a K-8, I can tell you that there are specific learning targets for all preschoolers that are state monitored, and it's part of the quality review that every preschool license is based on, whether your kids are meeting these expectations. So they may not be the California state standards, but there are state standards for preschool learning that's very specific and very defined, and something that we go through. It's highly, highly monitored.
So is there pre-K core content?
There are core
we need to
core
change the
skills,
second bullet.
core skills.
Right. And we want to concur with what Dr. Navarro just said. Kurt Sir had mentioned to me that,
We concur.
that there are foundational standards. They're
Okay.
not called the same thing, but, and we don't want to misquote it, but there are standards that
Okay.
exist for that level.
So then if that's the case, then we have to move to the second bullet under there and say materials for, if we're gonna call it PK versus TK. Materials, right? Because we're now, the top sentence is pre-kindergarten. So everything else should be PK core content.
Yeah, I wish that Kathleen was here because she could speak to this very clearly. Preschools, particularly in California, have very well vetted, aligned
They're fabulous.
preschool core content.
That's what Dr. Navarro said, yeah.
So this is something that's very clear and is operating in all of our preschools, which
So-
is not just pre-K. It's
So we have had these discussions I had to say include pre-K because they're there, the kids are there, and if we're not, and a challenging curriculum to a pre-K student could very well be how to get along with others. So it doesn't have to be academic getting along. It's,
Use your voice, don't bite.
yes.
I'm telling you, I have a little experience.
Yes, yes. So, and that, yes, it's wonderful. And go ahead, dig in the dirt. That's okay there. So do we have some agreement that it's okay to use preschool rather than pre-kindergarten? Are we okay
I would
with
like
that?
to know if there's any implications to that.
I do too.
what she
I
said.
think
That's what she said, no.
we're just saying, we provide it. I mean, before we did TK, we were not doing it universally, you know.
Right.
We were considering it when our teachers said they really needed some relief. And TK, and we, you know,
I don't think it
I
says
just
that.
think that somebody could split the hair and say you're not providing it. But, you know, so I would like to know
Do that for pre-kindergarten.
the answer to that, you know.
They could do that for
The
pre-kindergarten.
implication.
I guess my question is, what do our parents understand? And our parents understand preschool.
Yep.
They don't understand pre-kindergarten. And let's be clear, I mean, a parent doesn't go and say, well, I'm going to go enroll my child in pre-kindergarten.
No, they say
No,
preschool.
I'm going to go enroll my kid in
But
preschool.
One of the
Pre-kindergarten,
amazing
it's
things
just
that
common sense.
Kathleen Leary has been doing is going and partnering and talking to a lot of community groups and agencies to highlight what a great preschool program we have starting in age 3. There have been community events. Hi, do you know our district has preschool for 3 to 4-year-olds? This is our district priority going forward for 1 year. It's not talking about where we were 10 years ago. It's not talking about where we will be in 10 years in the future. It's talking about next year. We have preschool. Here's our priority, preschool through the whole gamut.
So preschool is all-encompassing, so if you go preschool through grade 12, it includes kindergarten.
Yep.
Pre-kindergarten.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
you're
but
just using the
preschool-
most, you're using the earliest definer.
Preschool could be 2.
That would be early
Preschool could
education.
be- Absolutely. I mean, I'm all for early education. I just want
if
to
we
know
don't have
what
it-
the ramifications
Yeah.
are of changing. I'm sure if it changes on here, it's going to change on the website. What are the ramifications
Yeah,
of that?
Mrs.
What-
Snell,
Higher
I
enrollment
asked,
in our state-funded preschools, it's a good thing.
Well, they're state funded now, but who knows?
It's for 1 year.
I asked
Who
that
knows?
question to Ms. Leary, and she indicated that it has no impact,
Okay.
negative. So, and that was a big question and concern I had. Does
Mm-hmm.
that cause an effect to anything? And she says it really doesn't. They're used interchangeably. So in her opinion, it's not going to affect it. I think what's important here when we crafted this document was to make sure that we always think we're not K-12,
Right.
like a lot of districts
Right.
refer to themselves.
Right.
We are preschool because we do value and
Yeah.
want to make sure that's connected to the rest of
Yeah.
the program.
Okay, Dr. Sear's nodding, so I think.
I would prefer
I think we're
preschool.
okay to.
Okay,
I
we'll
prefer
put it preschool.
pre-kindergarten, but
And,
I'll go
and
with that.
on bullet 2 to do K, or P through 12.
Yes,
Okay.
because we do purchase all the
Preschool.
Preschool.
required
materials.
But it
materials,
has to
yes.
change at the paragraph.
I mean, even the furniture has to be specifically
Oh my
purchased.
gosh.
Right, exactly.
And then another thing that we saw just was the yellow bullet, the bullet under A1.
The yellow,
This
yeah.
is the stuff that we do in it policy. Review and refine course sequences to align to the California ELD standards using the EL roadmap. See, again, it would have been nice to have Mrs. Gailey here. It was my understanding that the EL roadmap is not a separate entity from the standards, so I thought using made it more clear. Does, using the EL roadmap.
Okay, we'll write
Okay?
that
Does
down.
Why can't you just say aligned to California ELD standards? Why do you have to get specific
don't
about the
necessarily-
I didn't
roadmap?
know why that was there either, but if we're gonna put it there,
Because the state law around bilingual education changed dramatically in 2017.
Oh,
So
so then we probably
again,
need
to
that.
follow what the State Board of Education is doing and what the full gamut of ELs is using
okay.
EL roadmap.
But it's one document?
Yes.
Is it
Well,
a,
then why?
It's a
I-
path-
Well, no, they're not, this is
two
the one
documents?
Yes.
Oh, so it is an
It's a
and.
But the EL,
comprehensive
yeah,
system.
yeah, it's
It's a
a whole,
comprehensive
it's all
system.
together. It may be in two
Do the
separate documents.
standards include the EL roadmap?
No.
No, the EL roadmap is
Okay.
like, more like a framework
Yes.
of how to apply them.
okay.
Okay, and I
Russell?
would like you to spell out ELD and
Oh.
EL.
Yeah, yeah,
I think if it's going to be in this document,
Okay, so here's what it says, and I just to give you an idea, this is, because I'm Googling. The California English Language Learner Roadmap, strengthening comprehensive educational policies, programs, and practices for English learners. That's what the California EL Roadmap is. Articulated a common vision and mission for educating English learners and supports ELAs as they implement the state board policy.
And I do believe Mrs. Gailey was definitely involved in writing that in the first place. So all I was asking was
EL
changing
policy.
and to using the, and I agree with Mrs. Black that we should have things spelled out because we live in a
the
world of
roadmap-
alphabet soup that we understand
The
and no one else
roadmap
does.
is a policy. By the way.
Well,
It
and
is
programs.
Like
it
using
is
board
the
policies.
policy.
Okay.
It
And
is the board.
programs.
And
It's both.
programs.
Narrated by, guess who? Dr. Lori Olson. That's Leona, but Lori has a twin here.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Those are great additions, though. I'm glad that we have the yellow.
Good, perfect.
Okay. A2 is about instruction and, tapping into a dynamic instructional program. I know that you've heard a lot about cognitive guided instruction. That's a really good example. John, anything else? Okay.
Is this just open?
Discussion, yes, it's so much going to be easier for us.
Okay, I have on bullet 2, I'm unclear why it's redundant to put including English learners and students with special needs. Why is that being added? I think it says, it's clear, yeah, each student's instructional needs. I mean,
I
if
think
you
it
add that,
singles
you
them
should
out, and I
add
don't
gate.
like it either.
I mean, you know, I think
Well, and I
that's
think, I believe
specific.
we were, we've really have made a concerted effort, and, you've heard Laura come up. We have several, and Muriel was here earlier with the task force. We've made a concerted effort to make sure that we're raising the rigor for EL students as much as possible.
And
that's
you
someti- and that
stated-
means they're learning, and we're providing those ELD strategies in the content area where they have to be with all the regular kids.
And you've got that. Those bullets are both under each.
Yeah. So we just,
So I
it
think
was an
that
emphasis,
that,
but-
including English learners and students with special needs, should be out unless you're going to address all the students,
All those other, every little
all
group we have.
everybody. Because you've got in the fourth bullet, you talk about EL students again.
I think I agree, because otherwise, if you've got advanced students, you've got kids who need, there's all kinds of students.
Or if bullet 2 and 3 can be combined, incorporate strategies for differentiation to meet each student's instructional needs and deliver best first instruction within that to combine those 2 bullets and then take out English learners and special needs.
What,
We can't have us all be
Combine
the
bullet
same
2
and then
and
turn
3.
around and start expecting.
Right.
I mean, the expectation is there
Yeah,
for all
whatever,
students.
that's fine.
And
Just
so-
speak.
Okay, I would prefer to make sure that we deliver first best instruction as a separate bullet, but we would take out the English, including English learners.
Are you okay with that, Dr. Jocham? I just want to make sure, because you're the special needs guru that we have here, and we don't have the ELs one, so I wanted to make sure. Are you okay with that? Okay, thank you.
I will say, when we crafted this, Ms. Snell, that's exactly what we thought. We thought it included all students, just by saying each student's instructional needs.
That's-
I think the discussion last time was we were trying to make sure it was very explicit with special needs students and English learners. But if we have this mentioned in other bullets, then
Yeah.
I think we'd be okay to eliminate it here.
This takes us back to A1, and it's just a typo. Define, implement, and continuously adjust our core curriculum. You would want to say continually or routinely, something that shows, because continuously would mean constantly.
It would be constant.
Right.
Continually.
I like
Continually.
routinely. I know,
Yeah,
but we didn't
it's
come up with a good
continually.
word.
You're right, it's continually.
You know, I have one general comment, too.
Sure.
Why, I mean, everything, where else I see NMUSD, it's NMUSD. Why are we putting the dash in? I realize it's Newport Mesa, but it's, it's
That was from the
just-
very first year when Mrs. Franco made sure I put it in.
And I think it's really important in the words, but I think in our acronym, it's
unnecessary.
It
easier to
just
take
looks like
out.
somebody made a mistake.
We can take it out, but I
Thank you.
wanted to know we were directed to do that the very first year.
That's my opinion, anyway.
I agree.
She said the most important
We'll do,
part was the
we'll do a
dash.
find on that one, right, Sherry? And
Do a
and we'll change it to
find.
NMUSD.
It varies between.
Okay, instead of continually, Dr. Navarro, I kind of liked routinely on that first bullet, rather than even continually.
Well,
What-
routinely means that we're always adjusting it.
Well, I
I'm
think
not
we
sure
do.
that that's.
Well,
It
which one?
sounds like, routinely sounds like we.
We have a
Boring.
schedule.
Yeah.
It's part of what we do, rather than we continually have
Well,
to do it. I just-
continuously, I think, continually refers to on an as-needed basis versus routine sounds like you're doing it
Yeah,
at specific
exactly.
Oh,
intervals.
okay, well,
And we
that's fine.
can't be that
Okay, then I'm
specific with our
okay.
intervals.
Thank you.
As needed.
See, this is what we do with policy, people.
Okay,
Except not this many times.
all right, we're going down
continually
to
A3.
3. And we added another task for us that was requested,
Wait, where are we?
A3.
Thank you. Oh,
Yes, thank you for including that.
but we said continue support to dual immersion programs and biliteracy development through the EL roadmap. Did we need that, or do we not need that?
No, I think, when I see the biliteracy development, I think we're talking about the certificate of biliteracy.
The high school
Right.
stuff, okay.
Well, actually, It goes all the way through there are certain markers throughout elementary school and junior high school. Yeah, you can get seals by literacy at different levels.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
through Orange County Department of Ed.
I have again, this is just another pain in the ass. I'm sorry.
Like I said, it's our edit team.
I'm having a problem with the word continue, because my belief is this is what, we shouldn't just be continuing, this is what we do. So Newport Mesa will support or expand rigorous. Why are we continuing to? We can continue to build? No, we build.
Support
And
the
we
dual-
support, and we enhance. We just don't continue it just because we continue it. It's just not routine.
I agree. It sounds like passive language.
Yes.
Make it active. Enhance is nice.
We
Define,
will-
implement, enhance.
We will go up to the A3 bullet, and you're saying we should have NMUSD will support and expand rigorous, relevant, high-interest programs and coursework alliance. So that's what you want.
Yeah, I mean, and then down
And
below.
so down here, that's how we're gonna go about it.
So we should have a verb at the first word.
Yeah, so instead of in continuing to, just say enhance career technical education pathways and sequential in high demand, high wage orders.
Why can't we just
You
build?
know,
And support dual immersion
improve,
programs,
you know, increase support for dual immersion programs.
Yes.
Something that says that we're
Yes.
active and, well, we're just gonna continue it.
Well, increasing the support, though, hold on, increasing the support means a whole lot different.
I would just say support.
Support, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Support
support
the
different
dual
thing.
immersion
Yeah.
programs,
That
build
works for me.
career technical education.
Exactly.
Use a variety of methods, that's good. Provide is good.
Don't go too
Support
fast,
is
because
good.
my team's taking notes here.
Okay, well, I was just,
These are, in the future,
ones are okay.
I would love for us in January or so to go over these and have a study session. So then the whole cabinet can be here. We can all go through these. There can be community input. These are really important. This is what's driving our district. And so I think that the way they've been edited are wonderful, and I think they're a really good start. For next year, I would love to see us have a study session for our district goals and priorities.
Can we just change the word, I agree, thank you. Can we just put the word enhance career and technical education program
No.
pathways? Versus just build? Because we
No.
are doing that already.
well, that's what we're saying.
This is what we use, that's just-
Okay, fine.
Okay, fine.
That was
Okay,
good. We were good with A4.
A4, there wasn't any comment made.
No, we were good.
Okay, A5, there was a create and maintain,
We like that, thank
okay?
you. That's huge.
Yeah, and that's gonna
That's
really help.
expensive.
That's really gonna help awesome, okay? I did want to respond to Ms. Bartow's question about the Chromebook. Awesome really felt strongly that we needed to keep Chromebook because it is our tool right now.
Perfect.
And that if we change the tool, we'll change that word at that point, okay?
Thank you. And then there's a typo
I
between
saw two.
all in zones. All zones.
Where?
All one word.
Initiative.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just tiny
There's
weird
supposed to be a space there.
The all zones.
Gotcha.
see that- Got it.
All right, behavior. So one of the things that was recommended was to, how do we talk about expansion? And we talked about having an emphasis on proactive practices, approaches, and resources. An emphasis on proactive practices and resources.
Expand, enhance, early intervention
This was probably after a SARB session with Matoye.
Mrs. Yelsey and
Ms.
Mrs. Fleur and I
and
probably.
Yelsey were.
What is just tell me what proactive practices would mean. What would that look like?
Sarah? Well,
So proactive practices would be us going out and doing suicide awareness training. That's proactive. It is doing training with our second step curriculum. It's kind of tier 1 stuff that you do with all kids. That's what I would consider proactive strategies.
And that's that's an early intervention
Yes.
service. But you're emphasizing, okay.
Early intervention just means, intervention isn't related to younger kids. It just means that it's something that we're going to try and, do ahead of time. What are we going to plan for?
So can we add the words for students underneath there? So it's.
Oh, sure.
It's in B1. It's in the top. Mental health needs of students.
Okay, so expand, enhance.
Oh, there it is.
prevent- Okay, with them,
Thank
okay,
you.
got
Okay.
it. I sort of missed that.
All right, B2, we didn't, there were no recommendations made. B3 stayed the same. B4, I think this is in response to our current work. And we added kindness and compassion into B4. And then,
A comma after compassion. I'm
Oh, okay.
I'm a Oxford comma person, I don't remember.
Sherry, did you get that?
Oxford comma.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oxford comma. And then support the superintendent's human relations task force in promoting safe, respectful, and inclusive school environments. And then,
Hold on one second.
yes,
Mrs. Flor noted that there's nothing specific on drugs or alcohol, and personally, I'm worried about vaping.
Well,
So,
that's
but what,
again,
substance abuse? That would-
substance abuse.
Is that embedded or is, implied? But-
I just have, I mean, given we know that there, we have an opioid
Epidemic.
epidemic, given the fact that 7 people will die within the next 15 minutes on an overdose, that our kids are really suffering, I see us saying we're expanding suicide prevention, great, and crisis response systems. But the number one issue that our kids are facing on a daily basis in our schools is vaping in schools, using in our, being accosted in the bathrooms, can't even go to the bathroom without vaping, seeing kids vaping, and so they're not going to the bathroom because they don't want to be around it. And we're not even putting it as a number one, as a priority here in terms of addressing that issue.
So what I
And it is
hear-
a biggie.
So where
so what
could
I
we
hear
put
you
it?
saying is under B1, how do we as a staff tell you that we are addressing these addictive behaviors that are
And I think
gateways, right?
Add the word,
Yeah.
expand.
Addictive behaviors. Okay, so we'll work on that. That's a
Yeah.
how, that's a how,
But-
okay?
But that
So we'll
dot's
work on
real
that one.
important
Yeah.
to be written.
Sarah, did you get that? Okay. All right,
Thank
we'll
you.
work on that.
Suicide/addiction/prevention programs.
We'll figure it out. It'll fit under B1.
Thank you.
And then B4, kindness, compassion, that's, and promote responsible use of technology and digital citizenship, something we already do. Community,
Oh, wait, there's also two B4 bullets up on the top of the page too, just to make sure. Or maybe it's not, maybe mine's old.
yeah, I went to that. That's where I
Oh.
read promote the responsible use of
Thank you.
technology and digital citizenship.
Thank you, sir.
All right, community, we added a couple of more hows.
sorry.
What we're gonna do.
One thing in B4,
Before, sorry.
and this could be the proper name. Is it the superintendent's human relations task force? Is it the district? So is it Newport Mesa human
As
relations?
much as I'd love you to have it, I kind of thought it was all.
Yeah, no offense at all, but.
We could just take out superintendents. That's fine.
Okay.
Well,
And
it's not
This is not about any
accountable
person.
for it.
It's not about any
Is it
person.
about
So I
the
was just thinking-
recommendations?
Yeah, I thought it was from either Baby Newport Mesa, something that it's our whole district priority. Like, we have students involved, we have parents involved, it's
NMUSD.
community.
NMUSD.
That's fine.
Okay. It's not advertised as, when it goes out for a meeting, it doesn't say.
And it's,
No, it is
and
now
its
saying it.
recommendations,
Ooh,
support the task force
ooh,
and its
it's
recommendations
recommendations.
in promoting safe, respectful, inclusive school environments.
Yeah, that's great.
I like that. Anybody else?
Yes.
Yeah. Because you would accept the recommendations.
just
and we
did,
would-
yeah.
That would trigger us to support them.
Do we need the, sorry, the top of the page above community, provide students with meaningful opportunities to participate is exactly what C2 is.
Wait, where are we?
At the very
Community.
On the
top.
community.
Oh, under community, okay,
B.
okay. I thought we were still on
It's-
B4.
It's on B4, the second to last bullet that's on the community page.
The
Yes.
non-yellow one.
The
Provide
highlighted.
students with meaningful opportunities to participate, which is exactly what C2 is.
No,
you're saying-
promote, are you saying?
Oh,
provide
C2,
students-
C2.
The whole the big C2.
So you're asking.
C2, the bullet, the goal, it seems like that would be either a better fit, or this is pretty much saying almost the same thing.
So you're saying relocate the bullet at the top of that page to C2?
Dr. Navarro,
Or is this
look
redundant?
above community,
Yep.
and you see the, above
Yep.
the highlighted.
Yep.
Is that
Provide
redundant?
students with
It's-
meaningful
Right,
opportunity to
it's,
participate.
so it's redundant.
With
Yes.
C2.
Yeah, so we can cut out that bullet there and just
Cut
leave
it
it
out
in
of the
C2.
Bs and leave it in the
Leave it in the
Cs.
priority, leave it in your priority rather than a task for us.
Yes.
So let's eliminate that bullet. where it
Which,
says
where are you
provide students.
eliminating it from?
You got
So,
it.
Top one?
Very top, on that third page.
So, but when we're talking about students, are we talking about community, or are we talking about academics, or are we talking about behavior? I mean, because this was put under behavior, to participate in a democratic society and engage in service to the community. So that's why it was, so
bullet are you at?
which bullet
Well,
do you
I
want
think
it
it's under there, I think it's under there, Martha, because of civic responsibility under B4.
Right, because
So-
it's part
so
of the,
the
it's part of
question-
the, it's part of the.
the question is-
Service learning component
Right,
in
so
our
it's-
academics.
So I guess the question for the board is, really, where do you want that sentence? Because it fits in both.
Well, since, in my opinion, the community section is the weakest right now. It was the last one that we worked on, and that I feel that it's good to be there, because that actually says, we expect students to be part of the community. Students are a part of the community, so I think that's a good place to put it.
Yeah.
It's also,
And we could just add like meaningful, we have opportunities, just
add the word meaningful
edit
there.
those two together. So it, you know,
Have meaningful opportunities, yeah,
Meaningful.
because that was our whole discussion on the fact that they were doing, that's how students filled their 6 weeks after the AP testing
So
and
what we're
before
saying,
school got out.
so what we're saying is you want to change C1 to add meaningful and then
No,
the word
C2.
opportunities.
C2.
Well, C1 or C2?
C2s, NMUSD
C2.
students will have meaningful
Oh,
opportunities to
okay.
apply their learning and skills
Okay,
in
all
real-world
right.
settings.
Okay.
Right? Mrs.
Yeah.
Anderson?
And that means we,
meaningful is the only thing that's not redundant, and then somewhere in there about democratic society could either be included as part C or one of those bullets, but under C2. I mean, we have public education to create a democratic society of educated voters.
That's the whole
So
point.
it's very important to include that and not lose the democratic society piece for me.
Right.
But I think it just.
I
it
don't know.
just
I
fall
don't know
under
if you should
C2.
put democratic anything in
That's
there.
why we have public education in America.
That's why,
I don't know.
again, that was about what the
Well,
bullet was.
think you're
or what
asking
the
for
priority
trouble.
was, which was civic responsibility.
On there.
Democrats in there.
well, it could be lowercase, democratic, comma,
It
representative.
better be lowercase.
Re- Democratic
No, 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 I
representative
think-
government.
All right, on the the very top, it is
It's been there.
included
It's
as
already
it
on there.
participates
I
in a
see it.
democratic society
It's already
Right.
been on there.
and
not added
engage
it.
in service to
I
the
don't,
community.
I know, I don't think you need it.
I'm an independent. It's not about parties.
I understand that, but not everybody does, and I just, I
So
don't.
here's what
it's
how
clear.
about we do this? We'll take that current bullet out, this one right there at the top of that page. And we'll talk about what the task with regarding to civic responsibility should be.
Yeah.
Okay?
I
So
prefer
let us-
civic responsibility.
So
than-
we'll work on that one, okay? And we'll come up with something, and
And it's
then we'll
going
go
under
ahead
C2.
and go to C2 and put an increase in there,
Civic
meaningful.
responsibility.
Yeah.
And then I just have a question
like democratic
about number
society.
under C2.
I do.
That it says engage students with leadership opportunities through nationally recognized, so they can't be engaged in state recognized?
Yeah.
Yeah, just recognized.
So, yeah, that was whether,
Well,
and I
when-
like,
when we-
I like
yeah.
nationally, but do we not want, Can it be a
Local?
a
Yeah, it could be the Chamber of
statewide?
Commerce.
It could be a
Well,
statewide?
most organizations are statewide and national. So if you look at DECA, there's a statewide
Okay.
recognized, then there's a national recognized. Same thing with Future Business Leaders of America. We have a statewide. We even have, California Scholarship Federation, which is nationally recognized on a national level through national,
But see, I appreciate the fact that I've learned so much from you, number one. But I also know that this is going out to our lay people. So, to people that aren't, and so I want us to have another discussion about democratic society. I think that needs to be in there. And also, I think if we just say local, state, national, add it in there. We have enough words that we
God knows.
can use in the dictionary I'm just saying, if we're going to speak to, and this is our opportunity to do that.
well, and again, I think what I said was that let us work within the context of civic responsibility for a bullet.
No, I understand
and see
that,
what comes
but
up.
I'm
likes
part
the
of a
fur.
democratic society.
I understand.
And
That
so
doesn't exclude
I
that.
don't want to water it down by saying civic. I want, because civic is local in some people's minds. And, we have
like
a
democratic
democratic
because
society.
It sets us apart from Isaac.
Thank you.
They're a global society. We're a democratic society. That's what the United States is. It's like-
Well, there are other ways to say it, participate in democracy.
I'm like
yeah.
Democrat. I'm sorry. I'm not a Democrat, politically all the time. But I
Democratic
just,
Republic.
I'm not challenging the
We are in the
Republicans.
USA.
I'm just
All of
saying
it.
we are a democratic society. And globally, we are.
Yeah, this is good proof.
But it goes back to what you
Here,
said.
here.
Mrs. Black, it goes back to what you said before. This is going out to the community. And I get letters from people that feel that Republican students don't get the voice, and that a lot of the textbooks, the teaching is geared toward Democrats, and I just don't think we should put that word in here. I think we can get the point across without using that word.
So what I'm recommending
just
is you
don't-
let us work on this. Just let us-
Again,
Okay,
you're
and then I'm
coming
gonna call
back
my
again?
students.
Let us work on this, okay?
Okay, work
Because
on it.
Yeah.
We got to adopt these.
we gotta get this out back to our.
Exactly.
No, but I don't, you know what? This is an opportunity for us to put out an amazing document, which I'm very proud of. And so, I think if we, need to wordsmith it some more, then
Well, let us work on it, and then we'll
Okay.
come back and.
I will let you.
Yeah, we'll let you take a look at our draft and see what you think.
Well,
Okay, I just don't think we can do it right now, this second.
no.
Right.
No.
So, and this is not a Word document, so I can't just type it here.
Right.
And I know, this is just going to be like heresy. I agree with Miss Anderson in terms of having the conversation in January about what the priorities are going to be for 2021, because that's what we have to work on. I also believe that we've got way too many here. This is like, holy crap, it's 3 pages long, and we have to, and you want quick, short sound bites. What do you believe in? What do you stand for? What are you going for? And I'm going, holy moly.
I think if it was
So,
online.
let me finish. So
Okay, sorry.
so my belief is 2 things. One is, there's no way
Anybody's going to read.
that they can be all accomplished in a year.
Of course not.
Whether they're going to be continuing, because then I think of, are these goals, vision statements, action plans? Are you developing action plans for every single one of these every year? So, I
why do
agree
you
with
keep
Mrs.
adding
Anderson-
things?
I agree with Ms. Anderson that we have a conversation about
Right.
these, next year's 2021.
I think
At
we
the same
all
time
agree
that
with
we
that.
have
Yep.
we identify which one of these, or 2 or 3 in each bullet, is the number one focus for that year. I don't,
So
this is
in-
okay.
So first of all.
2021,
let me-
we'll be working.
So first of all, let me just remind you, the priorities are the ones with the A4, A1, A2. Those are the priorities.
Right.
What you asked us to do was tell you how we were going to approach these.
Right.
So we have two models of this. We have one model where we just have the priorities.
Good.
Right.
And then we have another one which just that doesn't have, then it doesn't have how we're going about it.
Right.
So what the public will see the priorities. So you have
Good,
4 in A, 5 in A, you have 4 in B, and you have 3 in C.
Good
So that's what the priorities are. Okay, and what we've asked you to do is to make sure that we focus our resources on those priorities. Then you came and asked us, well, how are you going about doing this? So we put out some ways that we are doing this. Okay?
So that's, so
and
basically, that's the
yes-
internal document.
Yes. So, and I do want to make sure you understand, one of the best features of this is that it doesn't change every year. And it's
Well,
not
that's
like,
Oh my
you know,
God,
it's
it'd be
not,
awful.
it's not subjected to, the superintendent went to a conference and says, now we got to do this. You know, this is what we've been
Or
doing.
board
this is
members
what we're
went.
going-
Oh, yeah, the
what's
board
next-
members went to a
yeah.
conference, that's
What's the
worse.
next iteration? What's the next step?
Exactly.
So it's almost like laying a foundation and building on top of it.
And because we're doing that, I think it's really important, and because C has changed, that when we have that meeting in January, we communicate really clearly with the community, and we have their voices. So all of these people that are mentioned need to be a part of that study
That's
session
exactly
or
right.
goal-setting meeting. So I want to hear from CSEA, I want to hear from the teachers
PTA.
union, I want to hear from DUAC is not on here anywhere. We need to have all of the parties that this affects and that we serve and care for at the table to come up with goals. Because I feel, it sounds to me that in the past, that was maybe done 7 years ago, but these have, it's time for change, so.
So, and, like we say often, let's start the discussion early, so that by the time we get to this time, we're adopting a document that we've all gone through, we've all had input, and we do not want to leave out anybody that has to be responsible for implementing any of this stuff, because as I made eye contact with Dr. Sir, it was like, oh my gosh, please don't change the priorities every year. We just figured out how to handle this priority, so let us take a few years, because we can't figure out how to measure it. So, that being said, how are we approving this? What type of document are we approving?
Well, you're going to go back and tweak it.
Well, I'm going to tweak that one part.
Just that one part.
On civic responsibility and the democratic process or whatever.
So if we approve the priorities, will it just be the big numbers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you're gonna, yes, and I think that was the only one.
That's the only thing that's going to be printed on at the district level at this point.
So it's
An internal document.
C2, we added meaningful, and that was the only number thing that we changed.
I
And the
believe
and
so.
the words preschool.
Yes, well, that was another number.
Well, but
those were the two
the
big
big
ones.
numbers, and that's what
Yeah.
we're approving.
Yeah.
So, that I can ask for a question, that's what we're gonna do, which is a motion to approve the preschool through 12th grade district priorities as amended.
Yes. I will make a motion for that.
Ms. Anderson moved,
Yes.
second.
I'll second.
Ms. Bartow seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So what do we do?
5-1.
Which, we're just doing this?
We're just doing the big numbers and the paragraph, right.
The document.
Not
And I will work on
Not
the
the- not the
democratic
bullets.
process.
Not the bullets.
And we're going to work on democratic
We're gonna work on
process,
some
yeah.
bullets.
We have
but
civic
we're-
responsibility.
And you'll all have say in that part, because that's democratic.
And before we move on, I would like to thank the board. It makes us late, but I like discussing. I
don't
like
mind.
people to see that we actually do these discussions, and
I enjoy having them. I'm glad that we're finally having this.
Yes.
Right before
So
school
thank
starting
you.
again, but I'm glad we're doing it.
perfect. Community input on non-agenda items.
Do we have cards?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, this is an opportunity for the public to address non-agenda topics within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Per Board Policy 9323, each individual speaker will have 3 minutes. Speakers may not cede unused minutes to other speakers, and there is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comment, depending on the topics and the number of persons wishing to speak. In compliance with board policy and the Ralph M. Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. When addressing the board, it is helpful if you state your name and address for the video record.
Marty O'Meara? Oh, gee.
I don't know after that. Oh, my God.
We should have a little poll on this.
Oh, good evening, trustees and President Matoya. This evening, I'm making a second request to change the order of the school board meeting agenda by returning the community comments on non-agenda items to the beginning of the board meetings, which has been in practice for more than 25 years. My reasons for having comments at the beginning of the meetings are: 1, young parents need to be home monitoring their kids' homework or bedtime, and with comments at the beginning of the meeting, they can come and then leave and go home and take care of home issues.
Bless you.
Number 2, your constituents should not have to wait 3.5 hours to speak. 3, most Newport Mesa parents do not have $50 or $60 to spend on babysitting, so they can't afford to attend a meeting. Number 4, waiting to speak is very nerve-wracking for most, and particularly stressful for second language speakers, particularly if they have to wait for several hours. High school students should be encouraged by teachers to attend and hopefully speak on an issue at a meeting. Going to a meeting at 9 o'clock at night is not acceptable. Tustin, Los Alamitos, Irvine, Placentia, Yorba Linda, Ocean View, Huntington Beach districts all have communication at the beginning of their meetings, thereby encouraging communication. Trustees, if you represent your constituents, you need to place on the agenda a discussion action item regarding returning the community input back to the beginning of the board meetings. Mrs. Matoya told me that she was the one that changed the order, and I believe it was on the first day of her presidency. If you do not want to have an open discussion on this important issue, then I am requesting that each of you state your position for the public record during your closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Smith? Mrs. Smith, on your way up here, I just want you to know that I changed the date on your, I just wanted to, because you wrote it and I changed the date to reflect today's date. So I just wanted to let you know that I did that. In case anybody thinks I was messing with your thing.
Good evening to the board members, staff, and the public in attendance. I'm Lori Smith. I'm a retired Newport Mesa teacher, grandparent, parent. I'm here to speak to you tonight because I'm deeply concerned about the delay of the superintendent's evaluation and its still unknown status. From my recent experience, the evaluation process started at the beginning of the year and was completed around June. Here we are almost 7 months into the year, and there have been no actions to the public's knowledge. At the June 11th board meeting, there was some back and forth between Trustee Fleur and the superintendent regarding getting the self-evaluation part. But the details were vague, and one member suggested the discussion should be held in closed session. Things seemed confused and secretive. I am not a school superintendent, an elected board member, or an education attorney, but I know this is important. I know as a teacher, processes, due dates are part of a professional behavior, and evaluations are tools for improvement. And I know that elected officials and employees of public agencies are held to the highest standards of transparency and accountability. This delay and lack of process is very concerning. So I went out and searched for validation of what should be happening, and this is what I found. The American Association of School Administrators has a 38-page white paper on evaluating superintendents, so it's really important. They say it's a, quote, critical responsibility. The evaluation of a superintendent is legally required in most states. Research shows it affects the success of a school district. The School Board Association, California CSBA, has a 13-page handbook on evaluating the superintendent and says that it's one of the school board's most important jobs. Other Orange County school districts have already calendared and completed the superintendent's evaluation this past June. Our contract cycle also ends in June. Evaluations are annual, and the process begins in January. The process is initiated by the superintendent. Capo Unified District Superintendent, which, by the way, is easily accessible online, no one has any problem, you can just go right in and get it, has very specific details and holds the superintendent accountable for notifying each board member of date requirements. Even more concerning to me is the neglect of such an important responsibility, one as routine for you on a board as doing report cards is for a teacher. Why did the superintendent delay starting the process? And why has it been allowed? This is a key performance measure. Why haven't district attorneys drafted a contract document that protects the public interest like CAPO's? The superintendent's evaluation is a critical responsibility.
Thank you.
And it's a tool for all our different district efforts.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Wendy Lees?
Don't start my time yet. I think that I found an error of agreement on that community dot, or the fourth bullet. It should be support parent education.
Mrs. Lees, you want to come up to the mic?
Build.
To the mic, so.
Build, I don't want you to start my time yet. It's on, it's just the agreement of the subject and the verb. I sent it to Ashley.
Okay.
That it's an agreement issue. Let me start my time now. Good evening. Thank you for, again, for
You're right,
your
there's no
commitment
S.
for doing the business of the public and the public, in front of the public tonight. I'm part of the working group, Newport Mesa Community for Students. We are parents, grandparents, teachers, retired teachers, whistleblowers, watchdogs of the public's money, our taxes. I'm a tax-paying citizen, 46-year resident of the Newport Mesa District, and I'm paying attention to what the business of the public and what you're doing and not doing. I've given you two documents tonight. One is a timeline that I've taken the time to do to research using the superintendent's contract, which is not easily found on your website. Pages 9 and pages 11. Regarding his evaluation process, there are dates in here, and that's a checklist I've created for you that you were supposed to do. You were supposed to, last year, receive the goals and use those goals to evaluate him this year. So going down July 31st for this year, it's good that you're talking about it, but you're going to have to do a vote that says you've exceeded that deadline. There are other deadlines in here, and the protocol. If you didn't make that June 30th deadline, you should have met in closed session to vote to extend the June 30th deadline, which you missed on the evaluation and on the superintendent's his self-evaluation. You can't just ignore the deadline. It's in the contract. So you have to tell the community that you are extending the timeline that's in the contract, so you can read it all for yourself. You also have to follow the government code, which to announce a public closed session when you vote to set the salary of the superintendent. And so this whole thing on the contract on page, the deadline, it's on page 11 or page 9, you have to, there's deadlines in here. You've missed them on setting goals and on the performance evaluation. And we as the public, we're depending on you to be transparent and tell us about the progress you're making in evaluating the superintendent. So please, you can read what I wrote. It's all documented by this, well, you can see who it's documented by. But the Brown Act, the government code, your own board bylaws, and his contract are 4 documents that you're legally bound to follow.
Thank you, Mrs. Lees. And I caught that agreement error. Thank you. Kimberly Claytor?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Dr. Navarro, President Matoya, trustees, cabinet. Haven't been up here for a while. And I'm going to do a little reminiscing tonight, going to go down memory lane a little bit. Maybe because I just got here from watching Apollo 11 in Irvine, which was pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing. It's pretty good the first time, too.
So I've been teaching in the district for 20 years now. But I really started as a member of this community 39 years ago when I moved here intentionally because I heard so many good things about Killybrook Elementary School. So I moved into that neighborhood so all my kids could go to the developmental kindergarten at Killybrook. And I think some of you guys have heard this before, right? Because I've been up here before.
We moved here for the same reason.
I am not going away. I'm still here, right? And I still care very deeply about my community. As a new employee in this district, I remember the employee orientation meeting. And I had just come off of working at UC Irvine for about 10 years or so, and we kind of had a not so great relationship. You know, the employer-union relationship was kind of pretty tense, right? And when I came into the orientation meeting here was Linda Mook standing up here, giving us a big welcome, along with the district employees. And every year we would have these employee orientation meetings, big gathering, fun times. We were all working very well together. And a lot of us that are in this room remember those days. So again, memory lane. I think Martha and Ms. Floor and Mrs. Black, I believe we went to interest-based bargaining training together.
4 times.
Several times.
Yes.
In fact, Mrs. Black, you and I flew to DC together and did some interest-based collaborative type working.
You're speaking my language.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
So we've had many, many years of working well with each other and agreeing on a process that has, took us a long way. I know we've had a breakdown. I was local president of our teachers union when that breakdown began. The superintendent is not here anymore, but I still am. 39 years, and I'm not going away, and I want to do whatever it is that I can do to help repair the trust and the process that has really served us well over the years and has not served us well in recent years. And please let me know what I can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kimberly.
Betsy Fisher?
Hello, my name is Betsy Fisher. I am a 21-year resident of Costa Mesa. I have 2 kids who graduated from Newport Mesa schools. My husband's a local business owner. I'm a teacher, and I am the newly elected NMFT Vice President for high schools.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I wanted to come here tonight and just talk about a day last week when my phone, as my kids would say, blew up. My phone blew up with text messages about an email that we received regarding a proposed change in the calendar. It was before I had even read the email, so I didn't really know what was going on. I just wanted to let you know that our e-board, all the people on the e-board, we received countless emails, text messages, phone calls, and as a result of that, we decided to call a meeting. We had about 70 of our teachers get together last week, which is a gigantic turnout during the summer. People were very concerned. A couple of the comments, or 4 comments that we received that represent generally the response, I can't believe they are not involving us in having a vote. Another one was, this is a negotiated item, the district can't just change the calendar. Another one was, I did support the change, but now I don't because of the superintendent's messaging. And a couple of comments, more than a couple of teachers who were asked by parents, what is going on? So it was a very difficult time, not just for the teachers, but for the parents, because there was a lot of confusion, and people were correctly under the impression that this is a negotiated item, which it is. There were dozens of teachers that came to our meetings. They care deeply about this issue, the issue of the process. Everyone believed that the email was written in a way to imply that the calendar had already been changed. Not one person that I spoke to at our meeting was happy about the way that it was rolled out. They didn't support it. The email, the action, the way they found out about it. And everyone, including the Calendar Review Committee, knows that this is an item that is negotiated. So I come here tonight, and I miss my Angels. I heard they're winning. That I implore you, the board, to please defend and preserve this process. And we don't want to just don't allow an end run, around negotiations to get change. I hope we can all respect that process. It's important to everyone to feel like they have a voice and to respect democratic process, I guess you might want to call it. Thank you.
Thank you. George Greenwald?
Hello. My name is George Greenwaltz. I've actually grown up in this district. I started as a kindergartner. I graduated from Newport Harbor. I then got my teaching credential and came back as a teacher. I now have my 20-year PIN, and my sons go to Kaiser. So I am totally involved in this community and have been for my whole life, actually. That's my background here. One of the things that's really important to me as a former student, as an employee, and as a parent is the image of our district, how we look to the rest of the people here in the county. I've taken pride my whole life in saying, hey, I went to Newport Mesa schools. I work in Newport Mesa schools. And right now, we're taking a hit. Our image is not the best. We're suffering a PR. And I'm not going to go over all the incidents. We know what's been happening the last few years. And it hurts me. It pains me to know that this is how we're being viewed. But one of the things that's really started to frustrate me now, and it stems from this email that went out. Because when I read it, I go, wait a second, we didn't vote on this. And I know it's a negotiated item. But the wording was such that it sounded like the calendar committee has agreed to this. And what's going to hurt us, and this is why I think our PR is going to suffer again, is papers are going to come out again and say, oh, there was a big email going out saying the calendar was changed, but it hasn't been approved. And it could have been simply fixed with better wording. We know you want the change. We got it. We know that there's people in the district who want to have a changed calendar. And we're negotiating that. I got it. But you don't need to say in a way that it's already done, prepare your vacations, because in the next cycle for summer, we're already going to vacation when we haven't agreed on it yet. And it makes us look bad because we're not following the process. You put the email out, it makes it sound like it's a done deal. And we all know it's not. And again, it's another PR hit, another bit of our tarnished image. And it frustrates me as somebody who's been so involved in our district for so long. It could have been totally avoided. It didn't need to happen. Just some communication, some negotiations, because that's what we're in. I'm not opposed to a change. A lot of teachers aren't. We just want to know what's going on and really have a voice and a say in what's happening. Just respect the process and go through it. And again, like I said, this district has meant so much to me and my family for so long. And I want it to be the awesome district that I know it is, but other people, I want them to recognize it for that. And right now, that's not what we're looking like. We know what's happened. We know why we had this community relations outreach. We know what's going on. We know on the 11th, a bunch of parents came in and were upset. We got it. We know. No one's perfect. But this is something that could have been avoided. We should have been avoided. It's another thing that makes another stain on our reputation that we could have been avoided. Let's have better communication in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Awater?
Good evening. Hi. Happy summer, by the way. My name is Sarah Awater, and I'm the VP of Elementary for NMFT, and also a member of the Negotiations Committee team. But before I do my short comment, I would like to help you work with anything. I'd want to help with the comment section issue. I feel like, I don't know why it occurred, but maybe we can come up with some kind of solution. I know I respect all of you immensely. If it has anything to do with how you felt about, I don't know why comments we put on the last part of the agenda, but it seems like let's fix it somehow, because all those points made by that speaker were great. And I know that as an NMFT person, we always have someone sitting here for the duration of the meeting, because that would be disrespectful to come and say your thing and then leave. And same with CSEA, that would be disrespectful. So they're always here for the entirety. But for the community, it seems like, excessively long wait. All right. I'm concerned that the email by the superintendent, Dr. Navarro, would undermine the process of our negotiating. I can understand needing to let the parents know that their negotiations are happening, or the calendar is possibly going to change. But I'm concerned of how that might undermine the kind of relationship we're trying to build together, more towards the interest-based bargaining. I don't know if it's standard or customary for an item to go out by the superintendent that's regarding one of the items that's within negotiations. It just seems confusing. And I really like what we've been talking about lately, or what I've been listening to about working more together, having more trust on both sides. And I want to encourage Dr. Navarro and Britt Dowdy, who I've already asked, both, vice versa. I don't want to say one name first, to reach out to each other and communicate to avoid things that might be misinterpreted. It might be misinterpreted by community members, by teachers, by people that are involved, and I want to avoid that. I'm on the team, and I'm here to tell you I don't want to stop you from getting something that you want. That's not what I want and what we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Dowdy.
So good evening, I'm Britt Dowdy. I'm president of NMFT, and I represent 1,240 educators throughout Newport Mesa. We are the largest group of employees in the district. From the dais, we've heard many times over the years that the dissenting opinion is often the most important. And we are concerned that sometimes our collective voice is not always heard when we have a dissent. This has shown up in a few different ways, and I think the most outstanding is represented as a situation that happened at Newport Harbor High School last year. And there were teachers at the school that didn't feel their voice was being heard regarding the escalating rodent problem. They had been emailing their principal and assistant principal and other maintenance operating officials about the problem for a couple of years, and they remained patient and quiet and try to stay out of the limelight to try to get the problem solved. And everyone kept telling them it was being worked on, that every resource was being used to eradicate the problem. However, it was only after a student and teacher protest and then following Cal OSHA complaints that the extermination company was brought in and the problem was resolved. Cal OSHA later found that there were multiple violations about the rodent abatement program, the cleanliness of how the rooms were being taken care of that were subject to rodents. And that was after the protest and also during a pre-announced, pre-scheduled follow-up visit. Senior administration issued a letter preventing myself from entering the school's campus without a specific administrative permission. The district hired a legal team to fight Cal OSHA from levying too many citations or fines. Some teachers that participated in the protest were scolded by their site administrator or district administrators, and that seems to be a conflict of how whistleblower protections operate. Last month, NMFT reached a legal settlement using more legal fees to have the loss of access letter dismissed and expunged from its records. Tonight in closed session, item 3A, you discussed some numbers that relate directly to those Cal OSHA violations. I don't know what was discussed in closed session, but my assumption is that there were more legal bills associated to those violations, money that could have been used in other ways. So the resolution of a basic safety issue, such as rat urine on teacher desks or student desks, was not dealt with appropriately. We know that. However, it took the most extreme action of everyone involved on our side to get a resolution, whether that was the protest or legal action on our part as a union. This is not an example of building collaborative labor management relationships. We want to move forward. We want to improve things. School board, we need your help. We need your leadership to help us move forward as a collective group.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to ask Ms. Olson to kind of provide some of the parameters of what the statements are being made and how we've followed through on negotiations and working through the process.
I think to put it all in context, that we do need to go back a little bit, that the collegiate calendar, as we've referred to it, has a history of lots of discussion. You heard comments in reference to a calendar committee, which is an ongoing standing committee made up of community members, teachers, administrators. And there was a point in time where, as we were discussing the collegiate calendar, we went through a series of meetings. It also to explore deeply the components of a collegiate calendar of starting before Labor Day. And that included listening to people on the committee. It included 4 forums of where we listened to people's comments. There was a survey that was involved as well, which we know that there is problems with that. But the committee itself met and talked about moving the calendar and the benefits of moving the calendar for students. It is truly a student benefit. And then coming out of that was the recommendation, let me back up, the greatest concern we heard overwhelmingly, and you know this, was the concern for heat. And what is the district's plan for the HVAC? Well, the district started a plan to put HVAC in all of our schools back in 2015, I believe it was. That was before my time. But then the plan itself became much more clear. And in fact, at the end of this summer, as Mr. Holcomb could speak to, is that our schools will have HVAC with the exception of Newport Harbor with portions of it and Costa Mesa, portions of it will not have HVAC. And so that was the largest concern by far. So the committee, as they had deep discussion and understood all of the components of it, said we need to listen to that concern. So if we did it in 2020-21, then we would have the HVAC done. Also, it would allow us to look at it and make sure it was completed. And so that was a lot of the concern. that was the vast majority of the conversation. Well, then we did go into negotiations regarding implementing the collegiate calendar, and it was postponed and rolled into the next year of negotiations. We attempted to negotiate to get the calendar at that point. That did not conclude. So this year, we have been negotiating. I do want to share with you and the public, we have been negotiating since March. We have had 11 sessions. The district presented its proposal on Article 3, which includes the calendar. The very first meeting, we did not receive a response from NMFT until our last session regarding that, that particular proposal. So we are engaged in negotiations with NMFT. We've had what I would consider good conversations and moving and having and continuing to discuss issues. It has been a little bit frustrating on both parts. That is part of the negotiations process, as you're trying to figure out where our agreements could be. We have presented dates to continue negotiations, understanding folks were on summer break, waiting to hear back on which of those dates will work. Our intent is to continue to negotiate. We did share at our last meetings with NMFT that we felt it was important to let our community know where we are with the calendar. We're receiving calls, and that we anticipate, so we let them know that we would be putting something out, that we anticipated the start of the collegiate calendar, that we continue to negotiate the work calendar of the teachers. We had also had these conversations, I should share with you, with CSEA during their negotiations as well, so that we are inclusive of both groups, and so that we knew that we were putting a document out. The document that went out was also, well, it looked different. It included the same information that went out on the fact sheet a few years, I think it was a couple of years. I'm getting lost in my years. So at this point in time, we would anticipate, and our intention is to continue negotiations of the work year. I'm hoping that's what you were.
I would like to add, that we made a commitment to that committee and to the public that we would give them a year's notice. But in that letter, we also said that it's a negotiated item. But we wanted to give notice that that's our intent only, yeah.
And the board does have the option of setting an instructional calendar. The work day, the work year is negotiable, correct?
Work year is
Yeah, that,
Negotiable,
negotiable, instructional year.
which is the
180
impact
days
of that, of the calendar. But the instructional calendar can be set by the board.
that was my understanding, that we can set the instructional calendar, and the negotiations are about the mitigations to teachers. So, and that letter, we instructed the superintendent to send that letter out, because we made a commitment to the public, to the teachers, to the parents, to let them know, to give them, as was stated, a year's notice so they could plan for the following year.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Lastly, I just want to reiterate my offer to Dr. Dowdy again. When Mrs. Floor and I had an opportunity to speak to him, we offered to go back into interest-based training. And we offered to go back to the Labor Management Institute that we would fund again. We spent 2 years at the Labor Management Institute. We were supposed to do a book study. Dr. Dowdy asked that we not continue with the book study because there was too much on their plate, and we have not heard from them again on that issue of returning back to the labor management issue. We offered again a couple of weeks ago, so the offer's on the table. We would love to go back into training for interest-based bargaining.
Alrighty. Okay, board member reports. Mrs. Floor.
I guess a couple of things. One is, I appreciate all the work, and thank you, Dr. Navarro, for your self-evaluation. We are beginning the process. We are not the only one that is not started, that's starting the process. It's like herding cats, however, when we're dealing with 7 board members and we have one here. It's been rather difficult to get because this isn't important. I want to address that. It is important, and all of us have to be there at the same time to discuss it. We have started the process. Tomorrow afternoon, the evaluation form will be going out. It is confidential. Our attorney will have a copy of it as well. And then the board will be given 2 weeks actually 3 weeks to do the evaluation. The earliest we can meet as a board, when we are all in town and can be face-to-face, is between August 11th and August 13th. That's the only time. We looked at all our calendars in July, we looked at all our calendars in June, and that was the earliest we can meet.
And the only 3 days in August.
Only 3 days in August.
What
And
were
one
those-
of those actually happens
dates
to be.
again? I'm going to be gone.
Oh, no, you're not. You're, I checked
already
everybody's
checked.
calendar.
We checked.
August
Yeah, I'm
12th,
gonna be gone.
13th, and 14th. Those are the 3 days.
And so we are processing that. It will be incumbent on all of us at this table to maintain the confidentiality. We have always separated the superintendent's salary and his evaluation are completely separate. On top of that, we have 2 new board members. They may not comment on anything that occurred between July 1 of last year and December 1st of this year. So it's, last year. Because they were not seated on the board. So their only comments can be from December 1, and technically it's actually until the day that they are
December
sworn in.
whatever date.
Whatever
December
day
whatever
it
date.
is, until this time. So we're beginning this process. I will say that the Coastline ROP Board is just beginning their process as well, and I know that Irvine hasn't settled yet and has not completed their process, nor has Tustin Unified, because why? I sit with them on a monthly basis with Coastline ROP. So I know 4 districts that have not completed their process, and they all run about the same way. The intent is that we always try and complete our board evaluation, but when you're trying to herd 7 individuals, it doesn't always happen. And that's just the way it is. That's in terms of dealing with the superintendent, his staff, the school district and schools closing, hiring, and
Crisis
doing all
management.
of those things that we have to do. So we are doing that, and I think that Mrs. Lease was also on the board when we didn't complete the evaluation by June 30th either. So, because we have the letters that can attest to that in the superintendent's files. So that's the status on that. In terms of everything else, it's been rather hectic, rather quiet. I would encourage those of you that are in attendance, especially the teachers, that tomorrow the Orange County Department of Ed will have the Isaac Charter again on the agenda as an informational item. I would encourage you, they have changed their process now, so they are accepting 30 minutes of community comment at the beginning of their meeting. And the Isaac is at the end of the meeting. There has been a change in leadership. The new principal has been, I'm not sure whether they've approved it or not, but the previous principal, Patricia Gould, and that petitioner is no longer involved as far as we know. That's what, and that we have a new principal now. So if you want to come and hear them have the
What
comments.
time is the meeting start?
Meeting starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, but I'm not sure exactly what time they're going to have the discussion on Isaac, but the new principal will be introduced.
We'll hopefully speak at the beginning.
Yes, that'd be nice.
Mrs. Black. Were you done?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mrs. Black.
No report.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you for the presentations from the people from NMFT. I personally would like to have an opportunity to hear a lot more and be a part of some more of the conversation. I feel like we never have enough time in closed session. I would like to request, and I don't know if we need to make a motion or how to go about this, but to add NMFT and CSEA to the informal report process. We have PTA that gives report. That is lovely. We also, I think, need to hear from the thousands of employees that are part of our district. I think it's something that's really important, and I feel like I'm not getting enough information that I would like to hear directly. You should not have to wait until 10 p.m. In regards to the evaluation dates for the superintendent, yes, it's like herding cats because it's summertime. So despite repeated requests from me personally, starting as far back as December to have a copy of the superintendent's contract, which I never received, I didn't even know until too late after the 45-day deadline that the superintendent's contract would be up on June 30th. That information was not given to me as a board member. That is part of the contract. So I'm a bit frustrated by this conversation about the dates now are delayed. I think a lot of things should have happened earlier. There should have been an entire new trustee orientation process. The very first month, we should have gotten our one employee's contract. We should have had goal setting in January. I've been very disappointed by some of the processes that I have been a part of, that I have not gotten the information that the public elected me to oversee. I'm really excited about the Human Relations Task Force. I think that anti-Semitism is raising throughout the nation, and I think not just anti-Semitism, but also anti-hate initiatives need to be happening across our district. Particularly for my area, Area 7, I had several parents who were involved at the beginning of the task force, and they didn't feel like their voices were heard, and so they weren't a part of the end product. And so I think the evaluation is a great idea, Mrs. Ford, that you recommended, that anyone who is a part of it at any time can submit. But I'm very excited for the recommendations that were presented. I think particularly around policy, we have a lot to work with. I think the anti-bias training is really huge for our staff. It's really important that we clearly communicate with parents what the California state frameworks are for history and for social studies, so they know what is being taught in first grade. They know what's being taught in second grade, all the way up. So we're not having to always be reactive. We can explain, like, yes, everyone in fourth grade is reading Number of the Stars. This is important information. We're sharing this with you. And I'm really excited about some of the changes for the district priorities and adding some measurables to those so we can actually see our progress. That is all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also glad that you and Mrs. Floor and Mrs. Bartow are going to be, have been working for the past 3 months to create a better system for getting new board members on the board, because it had been a long time since new board members that were not part of the district already came on, and that was something woefully lacking. You weren't, from your PTA process.
This is a part of CTA.
But
I sat here for an hour, but
But-
that was about it.
okay. Oh, then I
I
take that
was not
back.
a teacher, I wasn't employed.
You're right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mrs. Bartow.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone who waited to speak. Appreciate that. I attended the Masters in Governance training. Was it only last Friday? Feels like the 12th, which I think was last Friday. And the topic was evaluations and collective bargaining, so it's very timely. I think we definitely have some work to do on our process, and some things that maybe looking at the evaluation going forward, how we structure that. But additionally, it was really helpful going through different board policies and in a level of detail that I had, I had read them, but I hadn't read them the way they taught you in the Masters of Governance. So I hope to bring that back to our meetings to go through that. I think it will be helpful. And I'm excited to create a better onboarding process for new trustees as well. Obviously, it hasn't been needed for quite some time. And then was pleased to meet with Cotty Petrie Norris, Assemblywoman Cotty Petrie Norris only yesterday. It's been a long day. But she was great, and we talked a little bit about priorities and how she's working on initiatives for homelessness, which I think will only benefit our students as well. We have a lot of students with needs. And it was great to talk about what our priorities were, specifically special ed funding and giving us the local control for charter schools. And that's it.
Mrs. Snell.
I am glad you are working on an onboarding process. It'll make it easier for future board members. I know I had to ask a lot of questions. I had to be very proactive in getting what I needed, and that's kind of what's needed when you have this position. Ms. O'Mara asked that during our comments we address her issue, so I am going to do that. I believe that the public has an opportunity to speak on anything that we are taking action on at the beginning of the meeting. I mean, after the reports and all that stuff. So that makes them a part of the process, because we are voting on those things, and anything on that consent calendar, they can talk about at the beginning. Moving comments on just miscellaneous things at the end of the meeting. Our meetings don't usually go this late, so it's, it hasn't in the past been that huge of a problem, but it seems like the last few meetings, when it goes till 10 o'clock, maybe there is some remedy for that. I don't know if it's having a limited amount of comments, but that would be really hard to figure out how to do it, because you have to, somebody doesn't get to, yeah. And we are usually here 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's a long day for us, and we like to get to the things that we're making decisions on. And listen to, I believe, we had a report tonight. We allowed people to speak about the report. I think that was a good idea, because that's something that came up, even though we weren't making a decision. But that is my thinking on it, and I just wanted to share that with you because you asked. And other than that, I have no report.
Thank you. Well, in response to that, I had an email conversation with Mrs. O'Mara, and that was my logic when I reorganized the agenda, was to give the public the opportunity to speak on anything that we were making a decision on, and that the decisions that we make are for our students, for our staff, and those are the most important pieces of an evening. Not that the comments aren't, but those decision-making processes are important. And as you can see from our discussion on the priorities, we do discuss and we do make decisions, and we need to do that early on. At the end of the evening, when we're done with making the decisions for the children, then we want to listen to the community. We want to hear all the things that have to be said. And if anything has to be said on what's going on the agenda, great. Plus, in addition to speaking at a board meeting, every board member fields emails, phone calls, text messages throughout the days, throughout the week, Saturday, Sunday, anytime we get them, and we hear the public. We hear more of the public that way usually than actually appearing at a board meeting. So that was my logic. And I'm sure when a different person is sitting in the president's chair, it could change. And as far as my report goes, yes, we did things. We don't have as many extra things that are going on because it's summer. And our next board meeting won't be until August 27th, 5th, something, last week of August. We will be fortunately attending, those of us in town will be attending the anti-bias training that the rest of the leadership is doing on August 12th, so we will be participating in that. And then we will be discussing the superintendent's evaluation on the 13th and 14th, because that's when we are all in town. And I'm envious of all those lucky other board members that get to go fun places. Mrs. Fleur.
Yeah, Dr. Navarro, because we adopted the new calendar, and it's going into effect, how are we communicating that we are no longer meeting the second, besides
this
posting
calendar.
it?
Oh.
But our calendar is now.
Our board meeting calendars.
Our board meeting has changed. Our board meetings have changed, and we are going to every third Tuesday of the month,
It's
but
not.
sometimes it's not. So I just would like, I would like some information, other than posting it on our website, how are we going to communicate that? Other than, I think that's going to be incumbent upon the president to state at the end of each meeting when the next meeting is and that it's on the agenda, because it's going to be confusing for a while. It's no longer, it's going to be not easy to remember which date our meetings are versus the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month was pretty easy to remember. So please, I'd like a process about how we plan to communicate this with the public.
And we have a master calendar that is, it is listed under the board section of the board, and I'll be honest, it's not the easiest way to find it, but it is listed under the Board of Education part. But we have a district master calendar in the very first page, and it would be nice if somehow it could show up, instead of having to click, that it shows up there. I will be happy to. I confirmed it is August 27th, so that would be the next one. And it's not a regular board meeting. There's advantages to that, there's disadvantages, but this way there's more time between meetings. There's not as many all the time. We have them when we have to have them. For example, June, we have to have 2 because there's hearings and approvals and things that has to happen. But if we can talk to Mrs. Snyder and Mrs. Franco, and they can work together on it and figure out the best way to get the news out, maybe we can put something in the Daily Pilot.
Ms. Franco comes back tomorrow or the next day, and I'll speak with her.
Perfect.
And I failed to, so I'm going to make the motion to adjourn when we're finished. But I'd like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Tony Vassi, a valued employee who unfortunately lost his life in a tragic rafting accident. Tony was the registrar at Back Bay Monte Vista. Nicest guy you ever want to meet, was really there for the children. Those students have some issues, and Tony was able to deal with those issues, especially as the registrar. He was just magnificent, and he will be truly missed. His wife, and our condolences go out to his wife. His wife was also an employee of our district. He's got 3 sons, one who will be a junior at Newport Harbor. One just graduated, and one is in college, so he's got 2 in college. They've set up a GoFundMe page, but it's really a very, very tragic accident. He was doing things that he loved with Boy Scouts, so that was it, but it's a sad event. And I know, Kurt, you knew him well, so I'd like to adjourn the meeting in his honor.
And the memorial, isn't the memorial this Saturday?
This Saturday.
Yeah.
Thank you. I see no problem with that. I think that's an excellent thing to do. Mrs. Fleur moved that we adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.